Hopefully this works. We'll find out in a second. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can I hear myself? Not so far. Okay. Hooray! I can hear myself. That is good. I hope you can see me. Let's find out. Hey, Ben, you have a different YouTube account. I am shocked. Anyway, hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Hooray! Hey, Ori, how you doing? Yeah, it took a bit longer. The Restream guys have changed their interface again, and that makes things much more difficult to actually get stuff started. And yeah, you know. Hey, Jeroen, how you doing? Well, I mean, let's get this whole thing started, I guess. Cheers, everybody. Okay, as like I don't know, they're changing stuff all the time with Restream, and since I only show up like once per month, you know, it's an adventure every single time. One of these days, I'll actually figure out how to get OBS set up so I don't have to deal with any of these sort of like online stream things. That's a project for like another day, though, not for tonight. I mean, that would also mean that I don't need the name in there anymore when I do your OBS. I can do all kinds of other fascinating stuff. It will be interesting. But yeah, so that's a project for the future. Anyway, how have you guys been? It's certainly been a month. October's been, I don't know, weird in all kinds of ways, but you know, it is what it is. And at least I did read a lot today. I did finish Kirinya by Ian MacDonald, and it is an amazing book. And then I did read Tendaleo's story, which is sort of like the third or fourth, depending on how you look at these things, story in the Chaga sort of like universe. And it's a novella, so I could finish it because it's, you know, it's much shorter than Kirinya or Chaga. And there's another one which is called Towards Kilimanjaro, I think. But I don't know where to get that one. It's because it's like was a short story published in like a magazine, like in the early 90s. So it would probably, you know, take some digging to find that somewhere to actually read that. Anyway, both amazing stories. Kirinya, really, really good, and Tendaleo's story is interesting in that it just follows two people basically. Tendaleo, who grows up as a refugee in Kenya and then makes her way to Manchester in the UK and meets someone there, falls in love, and then obviously gets deported again because that's, you know, the kind of thing that happens to refugees. And yeah, it's a very depressing story. All first-person narrative about how we deal with refugees and you know, it certainly has not lost any of its impact in the last 25 years since it was written. And that was like the same thing with Kirinya. Like Kirinya is from like 1998, and there's a scene where an entire refugee camp is basically destroyed, and everyone is killed there. And of course, it's all with missiles from Raytheon, and that also has, you know, I don't want to say aged poorly because it has aged incredibly well, which is, you know, exactly the problem. So compared, I want to do some research on that because Chaga or Evolution Shore came out in 1995, and Kirinya came out in 1997 or 1998, depending on whether you trust Goodreads or Wikipedia, and all of that. But the tone is much more angry in Kirinya. So I want to look at like what happened like historically, because it's the 90s. I was a kid there, and obviously all of this is pre 9/11. But it's like, what did happen between 95 and 98 that made Ian MacDonald even more angry at the US? Just something I feel might be interesting to find out. But yeah, obviously, as always with Ian MacDonald, highly recommend reading those books, and I wish more people would. So yeah, that's what I've been reading today, and now I've started Cyber Selfish by Paulina Borsuk, I think is her name, which is like early 2000s about techno libertarianism in Silicon Valley and how it's really bad. And it's interesting to see like the 25-year-old perspective on that subject and see like what has changed since then to now, basically. But and surprisingly, a lot of this stuff has already been there for like a long time, and it's just like over the last couple of years with people like Alex Karp and Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen and all those fuckers, it's become more explicit or like harder to ignore, I guess. But the plants, those things have always been there, and that's certainly something that I find interesting to see here to look at. So yeah, what have you been reading of late? I know Bent has already got a No Life Forsaken. I still have to well wait until Tuesday. Yeah. After Cyber Selfish, I'll probably just reread The God Is Not Willing, so I'm up to date on Tuesday for No Life Forsaken. Because I think I can get through The God Is Not Willing in like 2.5 days. Especially if like one of them is Sunday, where I have like nothing to do. So I think that's roughly the plan here. Oh yeah, but Algernon Blackwood is really funny. I mean, not as funny as Ambrose Bierce, who has some amazing horror that is also like really funny. But Algernon Blackwood is certainly a good choice, especially for this time of the year. Um, yeah, Catabasis. I don't know if I want to read that. I feel like I've only read like one R.F. Kuang book, and that was Babel or Babel or however you want to pronounce it, and I felt it was not for me. So like I appreciate what she was trying to do there. I'm just like not the target audience, and I felt talked down to. But then I studied history at a department that has like a special specialization in at least one professor whose specialization is 19th century British Empire. So I don't need someone. I don't need like a somewhat YA targeted fiction book telling me about how bad the Opium War was, because yeah, I already know that. But from what I've seen in Discord servers and other people going like, "Wow, I never knew," and it's like, yeah, I'm just not the target audience. So I don't know if Catabasis is something that I would like enjoy. So I've stayed away from it. Hey Jen, how you doing? Yeah, the Willows is absolutely fucking fantastic. I agree with you there, Jerome. I don't think I've read the Wendigo. No, I don't. I have not read the Wendigo. I've read the Willows in like one of those collections. I think like a problem with like people like Blackwood, Beers, and so forth is that like so often you get like some of their stories in some weird collection that collects some of their stuff, or you have like a 19th century horror and you have like a couple of Edgar Allan Poe and a couple of Ambrose Bierce, a couple of Algernon Blackwood, and if you're really lucky, one or two Arthur Machen in there, and that's like how I've encountered like a lot of their stuff in such collections where I'm like not like just like here's the collected works of Algernon Blackwood, and I'm like, okay, that and and then that kind of makes it harder for me, or like not harder for me, but like I'm more reluctant to then go and spend money on like another collection when I'm like, well, I've already known like half of the stories in this one, just not the other half. And I mean, obviously, with someone like Blackwood, I can just like go on Project Gutenberg and just read them there because that stuff's free. I still have to start reading T. Kingfisher. I have not read any of T. Kingfisher stuff, and I, I'm aware of the fact that that's wrong. And multiple people have told me to start reading T. Kingfisher. And I guess at some point I will do that. Just not this month, I think. I mean, not that there's like much left of the month. Yeah, beyond that, I've been doing like a lot more like reading and rereading of stuff for that like fucking AI project, and I really need to get that thing recorded. Um, maybe I'll manage to start the recording process tomorrow. I think I'm much better prepared than I was like in like early and midsummer when I did start recording it like twice and then stepped back from it for all kinds of reasons. I think I'm much better prepared at this point. But I really should get it, actually done rather sooner rather than later. Obviously, with the AI bubble hopefully bursting relatively soon, it would be nice to have the because otherwise, you have that problem of like being slightly too late. Not that like the underlying ideological problems will go away simply because OpenAI goes bust or whatever. And if it does, or any of the other like big ones fail, which I think would be both a good thing in general, but also like have like all kinds of really bad knock-on effects on like the economy, like globally, I guess, or at least the parts of the economy that depend on the US. But it would be sort of like bad to have been, you know, to be like a week too late. We'll find out. Hey, the Demi-Drek is here. How you doing, man? So yeah, that's roughly the stuff that I've been reading. Obviously, I did reread or I did read a bunch of Cory Doctorow recently, and one of the things that I've found like realized in like of late is that with the topic as sort of like current as the whole AI stuff and how bad you know stuff is in like big tech and the economy and all that kind of shit, right? Um, that books about these topics, they age incredibly quickly, right? You read a book, and it's interesting with I found that very interesting with Cory Doctorow is very aggressively arguing against Shoshana Zuboff when she talks about surveillance capitalism, and it's like, well, if you're not paying for it, you're like the product. It's like, no, that's not how that works. But like the Age of Surveillance Capitalism came out in 2019, and things have massively sped up and changed since then once again. And his concept of like enshittification massively builds on understandings that were built out by people like Zuboff at that time. And then you have someone like Ed Zidron coming along with the concept of the rot economy, which once again builds on the idea of enshittification. And these things come so quickly. One after we're still talking about like 5 years, basically, right? Um, and that makes it really interesting to read someone like Cory Doctorow. And as I said, like I recently read like three, or reread partly three books by Doctorow, about the Internet Con, Choke Point Capitalism, and well, enshittification. And you can see that there are arguments in all three. Like there are arguments that show up in all three books, because he's developing sort of like his thoughts and his ideas and concepts over time. And if you read all of these books, you can see how his thoughts change, but sometimes also remain the same. And that's like an experience I found really interesting to sort of like look at, because it's like, hey, is he copying his own book? It's like, well, kinda, because he's telling the same anecdote again, but he's adding something onto it. So if you read all three in like one go, you realize it kind of becomes more apparent than if you read one and then like a year later or 2 years later read the next one. And obviously, if you also read stuff on Doctorow's blog on it's called plural.net, yeah, well, there, then you also know a lot of the things, because he keeps saying the same things over and over again. But then again, like no one listens to him, so I understand why he feels the need to repeat himself. I think like I really really enjoyed Blood and Bone. I think it's definitely one of Esselmann's strongest novels. Like the way I mean, obviously it is very much sort of like inspired by something like Heart of Darkness, but he makes that jungle feel insanely creepy and crawly and jungly in a lot of ways. So the atmosphere in Blood and Bone is some of the best stuff I've read in like the entire Malazan universe, when it comes to making like the environment become like a major character and feel real. You know what I mean? I really appreciated that. Have you read The God Is Not Willing, Jeroen? I assume so, but I still haven't read Tawny Man. I've only read the first two sort of like sub-series in Realm of the Elderlings, and that's been like decades ago at this point. So it'll be a while before I actually get to all of the other Robin Hobb stuff. Yeah, obviously, Book of the New Sun is always good, and I've read it like 4 times or 5 times now, and it's always good, and I always like realize new stuff whenever I read it again. Hey, Kat, how you doing? I did like The God Is Not Willing. It felt a bit like almost a bit too blunt. Like it felt more direct and more in your face than a lot of like Malazan Book of the Fallen, or obviously Carcanas is, right? it felt like it felt like Steven Erickson had run out of patience with his audience. Goes like, no, this is what I mean. Here's environmental collapse. Take it seriously, motherfuckers. Right? It felt a bit more direct in that regard, and I personally like the more obtruse stuff more, but that's just like me. No, as I like, I'll reread "The God Is Not Willing" now, and we'll see how I feel about it then. And if I were better at planning stuff, I would have reread Gardens of the Moon and Dead House Gates as well, because you know, from what I can tell, No Life Forsaken is basically all about relates to the Chain of Dogs the way that The God Is Not Willing relates to, you know, Cursor Orlong in a lot of ways. So having that stuff back in my brain would really help. But what can you do? I mean, be better at planning, I guess. But I'm not. Hey, Ida, how you doing this evening? Yeah, Bone Hunters as well. I agree. Yeah, yeah. It's a lot. I'll find out. I just didn't have like the capacity to reread all of like Malazan Book of the Fallen, which you'd think that like having read it like 3 times, I would remember stuff, but I'm so bad with like my brain is just really bad. See, it's so fascinating like how the regional kind of stuff works because like I can only get it on the 28th. The audiobook is coming out on the 28th, both for like Europe and for the US. But people in the UK and obviously in Canada got it on the 23rd. So maybe that's like a British thing. I don't know. Maybe I should check what it says on audible.uk if COUK if they also sold the audiobook on the 23rd. Who knows? Well, I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter that much because Tuesday, and I have enough stuff to read. But yeah, it's one of those things where I realized that my sort of like it's not like exactly long-term memory, but like it might be one of those like ADHD things, but I don't want to always blame everything on like ADHD, but like I'm very good at remembering some things, and then I'm really, really bad at remembering other stuff, especially like short-term memory is really bad. Like if like I need to read a book and then I need to talk about it immediately. Like a day after, it's already getting worse. And then there's stuff that I remember like years and years later. Once the connection is made, I'm like, oh, all of this stuff, and that makes it really difficult for me, for example, to make videos about all Malazan stuff, where I'm like, I have ideas for Malazan Book of the Fallen videos, like more like general stuff on. I've always wanted to make a video on like the parish grey helms and eco terrorism. I think there's a really interesting argument to be made there, and yeah, but I have to go back and reread fucking Dust of Dreams. Like I reread the Malazan Book of the Fallen in particular. The end of Bone Hunters, and from then on, Reaper Scale, Dust of Dreams, and Crippled God in particular. Right, I have to reread those because otherwise I don't feel confident to actually make that argument. And Olar Ithiel would also fit into that. But like once again, as I said, like I have to reread those books before I can make that argument. And that's really frustrating because it makes like making more like generic videos on like a specific subject so difficult for me because I I don't have the capacity to remember these things. But yeah, we will see. And so for now, the goal is to make videos for Kirinya and Tendeleo's story. So I have those out hopefully in the next couple of days, and work on the AI video. And obviously, I will talk about No Life Forsaken as soon as I'm done with it, because No Life Forsaken, and I'm very excited. Like I did read the Beauchelin and Corbel Broach novellas in the two collected stories. Obviously, the last one is still not there. Like they were the one that he wrote, I don't know, 2 years ago. I keep forgetting which one that was, but I don't think that it's in the collection. Um, anyway, I enjoyed those stories, but I felt like I was missing. I wasn't deeply enough in the Malazan mindset when I read them. I definitely need to reread them before I can make videos on them or talk about them. But I did have fun with at least some of them. Certainly, they gave me like a very Clark Ashton Smith kind of vibe in a lot of ways, which I appreciate because there's way too few people doing Clark Ashton Smith stuff. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily care about spoilers, so I don't mind. But right now, I think whatever you will say will not actually be like a spoiler, because there's like, except for biggest who I know has started at least. I don't think anyone has like gotten a chance to read the book, and so we probably don't know any of the characters unless there's like actually older characters coming back. Um, so we don't know anything. I assume you enjoy the book so far. At least I hope that. And I still may need to make like the introductory sort of like a video on my holiday reading thing, because I need to select the books, how many of each series to go for, and all of that kind of stuff. But this week has not been good. Like the last 2 weeks, I don't know, been struggling like mentally in a lot of ways. So what can you do? Well, that's nice to have like known characters show up again, and well, I mean, as I said, like I'll start it on Tuesday when it comes out. Usually the pre-orders on Audible are unlocked at like 9 a.m. my time for whatever reason. So it's like the perfect time, because I usually leave the house and I start working out at the gym at like 9, so I can just like start like working out while listening to it. So yeah, that's certainly a thing. Well, I mean, with Leoman, oh, God, see, that's the point. It's like I don't remember where he ended up at after the novels of the Malazan Empire, because and that's my favorite Leoman stuff, right? Is I think like Leoman is much more fun when Esselmont writes him compared to when Erickson writes him. See, with that Demidrack, I think I kind of agree, but I feel like with a book like Book of the New Sun, right, with a series like that, it's like pondering over every sentence too. There's a way of doing that too much, because there are so many layers of like stuff packed in that I personally prefer like reading it several times, and focusing on one thing every time I reread it, because there's otherwise I lose momentum, right? And for me, having like some form of momentum is really important when reading books. Um, well, Kat, I mean, I, I think it's a really, really good series. I think you might actually find interesting things going on there, but like the main thing is like don't be intimidated by by whatever people tell you online. Just like see if it works for you or if it doesn't, because it's its own kind of beast in a lot of ways. What you've been meaning to do, Jin? Read Malazan or read Book of the New Sun? Because I mean, you have read Malazan before, right? You wasn't wasn't that like the thing that you gave your brother the books and he moved to like a different continent and now you can't get your Malazan books back? I seem to remember you telling that story. Oh, here's the thing that like it just like it drove me mad today. I got like I was scrolling through like YouTube on my booktube channel on this channel where I usually just follow like bookish and related stuff. Um, I have a different YouTube account for like all the other stuff, so I don't have everything smushed together in like one weird form of recommendations. Anyway, I had like a review and comparison of Wizard of the Pigeons by Megan Lindholm. And I'm like, comparison to what? You can do a review, but if you say comparisons, like you need to compare it to something, right? It's like people need to learn words or understand what words actually mean. It's bad. Oh yeah, okay. Now I get you. Yeah, no, the whole like books on a different continent kind of thing, that sucks because like shipping them back is so fucking expensive. Might just be easier to find a new set somewhere and like used copies somewhere, I guess. Although I don't know how the Malazan prices are currently when it comes to printed books. Yeah, I would agree with that, Cat. It's not. I don't think it is hard, especially if you have read like from like different genres before, right? Like if you've read like more than just like one specific style of fantasy, Malazan is not hard. But there is a lot packed in, and just like Book of the New Sun, if you are paying a lot of attention, you will get a lot out of it. Which is why, for example, like rereading it is so rewarding because there's a lot of stuff in like your first time round. You go like, well, okay, I don't understand what this means. And then you read the entire book and you go back and you know how it ends. And you're like, oh, there's like stuff like mentioned in like the first couple of chapters that only makes sense like 4 or 5 books later. So um, reading it slowly and paying attention is definitely can definitely help with the Malazan Book of the Fallen. Hey, Thornall, how you doing? Um, I'm all right, mostly. It's been a weird month, but I'm good. There was like one thing what I wanted to say about the last book of the fall. I think like the main thing for Malazan, and not just Malazan, but like Black Company and a couple of other fantasy books, but also a lot of sci-fi and especially with like genre fiction, right? With fantasy and sci-fi, there is this sort of like weird turn towards a specific form of world building, and I mostly blame video games for that. And Brandon Sanderson. And that is this idea that fantasy worlds and fantasy books have a sort of like closed off world where it like for every question that you as a reader can have, the text will provide an answer, and if the text doesn't provide an answer, you can message the author and the author will have a definite answer for that question. And this sort of like closed off world in world building, I think, is something that, as I like, Brandon Sanderson certainly does that. There's a lot of other more modern fantasy that does the same thing, and as I like, I think it kind of comes from like video games, because like video games have sort of like closed off worlds just by definition. It's like you can always walk to the end, even in an open world game. You can like everything that is in there is mostly provided by the code, unless it's the kind of stuff that has like a very specific sort of algorithmic world building where every time the world is created, it kind of created differently or whatever, right? Unless you have something like that, the world will always be finite and definite, and I think that has creeped over into reading in a lot of ways, the same way that people now really enjoy lit RPGs, which have a lot of stuff that I personally would not want in like a book. But if your favorite like media form has been video games, then I guess that makes sense. Malazan doesn't do that. The Black Company doesn't do that. Famously, there's that anecdote where Glenn Cook got really mad at people asking him about the gender of some of the Taken, where obviously they have like these cool names, like the Limper and Moonbiter and the Hanged Man. Obviously, there it's kind of clear what gender he is, and Soul Catcher and so forth. And there's the couple in that book where, because we never actually meet them up close, and there's like no comment made on their gender. Fans were asking about the gender of those characters, and it's like, I don't know. If I ever write a story about them, then I'll make a decision. But until then, who cares? And that's something that I think can be challenging to a lot of people that go from, say, reading Sanderson, or not to just like pick on Sanderson here. It's not just him, right? Or reading Wheel of Time or reading George R. Martin, right? People coming from that specific school of fantasy, reading the Malazan Book of the Fallen, you come to a place where it's like, there is no answer. And there, no matter how long you pay attention to the book, how well you pay attention to the book, how often you reread sentences, you will not get an answer, because there is no answer. And that sort of like indeterminacy, I think, is something that a lot of people struggle with books like Malazan. And that's where that idea of like it's hard to read often comes from, because people read it and don't get like an answer, and they assume that they were not paying attention, were not paying enough attention to it or whatever. And it's like, no, there is no answer. You need to live with the fact that some things don't need to be answered in like a fantasy world, and that's something I find interesting. Well, Thornell, I don't think you need to ask that question, though, right? I mean, it's right there in the name. My problem with the Dominator was that we had a local punk band when I was still in high school that was called Dominator. Um, Obviously pronounced in German, but spelled the same way, because it's Latin, and they were named after a very cheap beer from the GDR, so like like from the communist days in East Germany. There was a beer named Dominator, and they named themselves after that. And knowing all of that before I read Black Company for the first time, it's like the Dominator is like, oh, he's the beer guy, so, which I assume only works for like a very, very small group of people. Hey, I hope you're enjoying the Wheel of Time videos. That was a long journey, I can tell you that. But, thanks. As I said, like I hope you're having fun with that. I think like Shadow Rising is definitely one of the better ones. It only goes downhill from there, which is really depressing. Yes, Demidrek, I did. That must have been like years ago. I did go through all of Wheel of Time in one go. Like I like daily videos for like half a year or 4 months or however long it took me to read all 14 books. And you can watch me get more and more desperate from day to day. There might be playlists for most of those. See, that's the point. I think like in a lot of ways with like Wheel of Time in particular, it really depended on like when you when you're reading them and how much else you have read and so forth. And I assume if I had like started reading Wheel of Time at age 15 or whatever, right? I probably would feel very, very differently about it. But reading it at that specific point, like after having read all these other things, it was very difficult to not see all of those problems. I don't think I read them either. I genuinely wanted to know what it was all about. I did not go like, hey, I'm going to read this because it's bad, right? That's what I would call hate reading, where I set out when I read a book with already the knowledge that this will be bad, right? If I would go nowadays and read, say, the Sword of Truth series by Terry Goodkind, right? That would be hate reading because I have read the first one years ago and I know this is really bad. And I would only go back reading that with, the goal of being really angry about it. But that was not my goal with Wheel of Time. It was generally to read the series, to look at why, like, what is in there, what is not in there, because no matter what I think about it, right, like it has been hugely influential. Like so many people have read it, and it has shaped their perception of what fantasy is. And a lot of people who came out of that fandom have then become fantasy or writers themselves, and it has had like a huge impact. It's like the same way you kind of, if you read Lord of the Rings and if you read some of like Robert E. Howard's Conan the Barbarian stories, you will understand a lot of like fantasy that comes later because you now see the influences, you now know the influences, right? And that's why I read Wheel of Time and I did not give up like after 3 books because yeah, yeah. I felt it was important to have read it once to for my general understanding of the fantasy genre. And that's why I would not call it hate reading. As I like, if I would go and now actively decided to read the Sword of Truth, that would be hate reading because I know it's bad. I could still go and read it if I was looking for something specifically on like for like it. Say if I were making an academic sort of like project on or pseudo academic, right, like project on like libertarianism in fantasy, then I would have to read more of like Good Kind because he's the Ayn Rand fanboy in fantasy, or at least the most explicit one. Um, that's when I would have to do that, but I would probably not make individual videos for any of the books or whatever, the same way I did that with Wheel of Time, where I just generally wanted to document sort of like my journey through like something that I felt was really important. And all the way up until like the last couple of books, I found like good things in those in Wheel of Time. There are generally really cool scenes and settings and stuff in Wheel of Time. In one of those parts that are generally always called the slog, there is might be Crossroads of Twilight. I don't know. One of those books. There's a scene where Perrin and gang go come into this town that is completely haunted with ghosts and everything, and that ghost town series, like that episode, that is just really really good because Robert Jordan was generally really good at writing a more sort of like horror fantasy, cosmic horror inspired fantasy, where his sort of like inspirations from Robert E. Howard and so forth come through, which is, why the Shadow Logoth stuff is really cool, and the stuff set in the Ways is really good. Like when he does that stuff, there is genuine like inspiration there that I find really good, and then he goes and does other stuff, and then I get frustrated. um, yes, fantasy has many Terrys, and according to Michael Moorcock, the only Terry in Fantasyland who is able to write a complex sentence is Terry Pratchett. And that's a very much a paraphrase from Epic Pooh, where he is really funny in that regard. Like, and I mostly agree with him. Hey, Britton, how you doing? Back from Florida, or are you still in Florida? Well, the thing is, like, I got sort of through truth in some Audible sale or whatever, and so that's why well, the first one, Wizard First Rule, and that's why I listened to the first one, and yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Um, yeah, there is certainly some. I don't think it's. I would say it's much closer to the Fountainhead than it is to Atlas Shrugged in a lot of ways when it comes to at least the first one. Um, I still think like the best like parody of of Ayn Rand is in the Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Shea and Robert Wilson, when one of the characters is reading a book called Telemachus Sneezed, and you get the plot of Telemachus Sneezed, and it's just like the best sort of like send up of Ayn Rand you can imagine, which is funny because someone like Robert Anton Wilson is certainly more out there on the libertarian spectrum than a lot of other people, but still able to see all the ridiculous inconsistencies and, well, stupidity in Ayn Rand's stuff. Oh, cool. So I hope your time in Florida was fun, despite it being Florida, which, you know, might be a problem in itself. Well, I mean, depends on what you liked about Sort of Truth. If it was all the weird torture scenes, then sure, because I don't kink shame, but there's certainly other parts where I'm like, I don't know, man. Color of Magic is so much fun. At least it was for me, but I feel like with Color of Magic, it really helps if you have read, old sword and sorcery pulp stories because it makes a lot of it does parody a lot of like old sword and sorcery stuff. If you know who Fafet and the Grey Mouse are, that will help. If you've read like a Conan the Barbarian story before, that will help. A lot of these sort of like bits and pieces in there are fun. The Dragon Rider segment is funnily not actually parodying Pern, but like a different one that I keep forgetting. I haven't read that one. But there's a lot of like very direct sort of like parody stuff going on. Um, but kind of, but I feel because the sources of the parody are so sort of like far back in the past now that a lot of people that come into reading fantasy today don't really understand what Pratchett is doing in those first two books, especially since at least the first one is basically a couple of short story novellas, kind of strike one more narrative that puts a lot. I don't think worse than any of the other Discworld books. They're just like very different. That is funny, Thornall. Hey Benny, how you doing? Yeah, Color of Magic is so much fun. You should always read Fafet and the Grey Mouser. Yes, maybe not, maybe not all of it, but definitely some. Oh gods, now I both feel very much pressure to watch the vlog as soon as it comes up, and also now I'm worried. But I'll definitely watch it, and like you don't need to do whatever I say. You need to find like we all need to figure out how we want to work and how we want to talk about stuff. And I certainly try to get better at it, and I often fail. So yeah, now I feel pressured. I'll definitely watch it tomorrow. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, obviously, with Fafnir and the Grey Mouser, all of them are short stories, except for one, which is called, I think, The Swords of Lankmar. That is really weird because it has the time traveling sea serpent rider from Hamburg Hagenbeck's Time Zoo, and that is just so completely weird because he's like a time traveler who collects weird species from different universes, and Hagenbeck is the big zoo in Hamburg in Germany, and for whatever reason, Heinlein, Fritz Leiber decided to call you to give like to have a guy with a German accent who comes from Hamburg Zoo and travels through universes to collect sea serpents and other weird creatures show up in that book. It's weird. It's just like generally weird and ridiculous. Um, I think it really depends on like how far back you want to get with these kind of things, Thornall. And obviously, I'm not an authority in any way, shape, or form. I think you need Lord of the Rings is definitely something you should read. That's definitely worth because it has been such a huge inspiration. And Conan, definitely some Conan and some Fafnir the Grey Mouser. Um, I would argue that at least some Jack Vance, some Dying Earth is really important simply because Jack Vance coming up with the whole like magic system that then became the magic system of Dungeons and Dragons is has like had like a huge impact on like fantasy in all kinds of ways because of that, and because of his very specific sort of like picaresque style in fantasy. So I think some Dying Earth, definitely, I would argue. Um, I would go with some Poole Anderson. I would probably go with Three Hearts and Three Lions and not The Broken Sword, but either one is, I think, another one that has been like incredibly influential. I guess you need to read some Michael Moorcock, some Elric, definitely. Um, Definitely Ursula Le Guin, like Wizard of Earthsea. You need to read at least the first three, four, at least the first four Earthsea books, I think. Um, that is something I would argue really helps with like understanding fantasy or where fantasy goes in a lot of ways. I I don't think the Worm Ouroboros is necessarily essential if you want to understand the fantasy genre. If you want to understand where Tolkien comes from, it is really important. The same way that I would go and say like Arthur Machen is a really important sort of like source if you want to understand where H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith and Robert E. Howard get their inspiration from. But Machen's influence kind of fell to the wayside very early on, like direct influence, I would say. Peter S. Beagle, definitely some Peter S. Beagle, probably The Last Unicorn. Um, for like the whimsy, the very warm sort of like form of whimsy that can get dark very quickly as well. Like there's a very specific sort of voice to Peter S. Beagle, I think. No, Kat, I will not judge you. I was more like, I'm not used to the fact that people go like, "Hey, I tried to do the thing that you said," and I'm like, "Oh shit." Yes, Zelazny, definitely. I would say read at least the first, read the Chronicles of Amber. I think the Chronicles of Amber, at least the first ones, the Corwin ones, probably read both Corwin and Merlin ones. I think Zelazny is really, really important in that regard. Like after that, I feel that either Thomas Covenant, well, Thomas Covenant, the first like trilogy, I think might be important for like contemporary fantasy to understand. But then the stuff evolves over time, and you can add more and more stuff to that. I also like you should probably read some Dragon Riders of Pern because that has been really influential in a lot of ways. I think it can. It's difficult to do that, like which is why I would never try to actually build like a canon of fantasy reading. I mean, you can go back in the past and like read some George MacDonald. Um, is it George? I keep confusing the McDonald's there, but uh, the early 19th century romantic MacDonald. I think it's George. Read that the same way that so there's so much of that weird stuff, right? Like I think Blood in the Mist is like a classic for a reason. It has had an impact on a very specific sort of like subset of fantasy. It's been, it has a man in with thistledown hair, and that shows up in Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, and it has like a fairy market in a way that has influenced like Neil Gaiman's Stardust, and because fantasy is such a huge and sprawling kind of thing, you can sort of like build these different schools, these different traditions within fantasy, and you can sort of like go back these trails of inspiration. But it really depends on like what you assume is part of that tradition or is not. Like Black Company, definitely sort of like one of those key texts because it brings a specific form of like military depiction of military and war into fantasy that you don't necessarily have before that. Like obviously you have war and stuff, but the way Glenn Cook brings the more like basic soldier, like the Vietnam element, like the Stephen Erickson quote is like Vietnam fiction on peyote. That is very clearly what Black Company is, and once that has been in the world, like even people that don't necessarily write grimdark or whatever darker fantasy, if they have read Black Company, that stuff will show up the same way that Terry Pratchett, highly influential in fantasy for all kinds of reasons, even for people who write dead serious, no jokes whatsoever fantasy. um, I have not read Dog Wizard yet. Drizzt does bring some. You could also just go and read the first like Dragonlance quartet instead, right? But having like reading one sort of like D&D tie-in novel or a novel series or whatever, right? That also I think is essential to understanding like the history of fantasy. I think you can read either the Icewind Dale trilogy, or you can read the first old Dragonlance quartet, the Dragons of Autumn. Is it Dragons of Autumn Twilight or something? The ones that are named after seasons, where you could also buy the accompanying AD&D adventures that had the same title. I own the first one of those. I always wanted to run that as a dungeon master at some point, but I never got like enough people together to actually play through that specific one. But yeah, I think because that moment where like fantasy literature inspired fantasy role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games, how tabletop role-playing games then influenced fantasy literature, and how both tabletop role-playing games and fantasy literature then inspired video games. That is part of the whole thing, because now we are at a point where like video games once again inspire fantasy literature in all kinds of ways. Um, so it's a lot, right? And I do say that I remember saying that in my Wheel of Time videos at the point where Brandon Sanderson takes over. One thing that you notice that is not really the writing style, but one thing you notice once Brandon Sanderson takes over, right, finishing Wheel of Time, the battle scenes, the combat, and the action scenes become three-dimensional. Like before that, it's people running around, people fighting, and it's very standard like fantasy battle scenes. And with Sanderson taking over, at least the people that can use magic, right? Um, they can float around, they can go up and down. The action sequences become three-dimensional with people jumping up to places and jumping down from places and all of that. It becomes three-dimensional. And I would argue that is because this is written like in the early 2010s, like late 2000s, early 2010s, right? And that is very clearly the influence of like 3D video games. Like once three video games became three-dimensional, you have like your first-person shooters, you have your yeah, where that kind of stuff becomes part of the general like fantasy language in a way that you don't necessarily have before that, and that's how video games influence the way people choreograph action sequences in one way or another. And that's interesting because when you compare that, for example, to um, say Joe Abercrombie, right? Joe Abercrombie in The Blade itself, and like those like the first Law books, at least the first series, right? They are very clearly influenced by Abercrombie's experience as a cutter in television, the way he lays out stuff, and the way he builds, the way he writes dialogue, but and the way he choreographs and the way he writes scenes. Those are very cinematic or television, more television than cinematic, but like fast cuts, and so forth. And like most of the action scenes are that, like, you either have like your large army versus large army, and then you pick out like individual combat between two people in that large army, and then you jump from one character to the next, which is like a very specific style that Abercrombie has, right? Like when he writes battle scenes, Abercrombie writes battle scenes usually. There's like at least one per book where he starts with like one character and you follow that one character, and then he kills someone, he runs around, and they kill someone, they run around, they fight, and then they get killed or at least knocked out or whatever, and the perspective, like the point of view, jumps to the person that has just like struck that blow. And then you follow that character to the next combat, while in the background there's all this like chaos of the scene. That is very directly influenced from like the way we film and edit battle sequences in movies and in television, right? But those are usually people running around and so forth. They are not in like a three-dimensional space. They are very like on one basically level. And yes, sometimes people run up a hill to gain like higher ground, but that's all there is. And then you jump to Wheel of Time, and then obviously with Sanderson, even before Wheel of Time, you'd see the same in Mistborn, when the main thing with Mistborn is that people can fly in these weird directions, which is like a very video game inspired sort of like mechanics. Like you can push from this point and teleport to this other place. Basically, that is the way someone who has played Quake or Unreal or anything of the sort, like, and has had like video games where you can use a jetpack, and that's sort of like an understanding of like how to choreograph battles that came in from video games in that regard. And obviously the people that worked on those video games had experience in tabletop role-playing games, and possibly even in writing fantasies, like famously Sandy Peterson, who wrote the Call of Cthulhu tabletop role-playing game, worked on Quake, no, not Quake, on Doom, possibly also on Quake. But like, these things, these fields intersect, and that's what makes it so difficult to have like a fixed canon. Because like, do you need to read like a player's handbook, Dungeons and Dragons player's handbook? I don't know. Should you look at like Appendix N from the original Game Master's Handbook at least once? Yeah, definitely. Like, look at the books that they list, because they will explain like what Gygax and gang consider to be essential sort of like books that inspired them. Then you should obviously also understand that Gary Gygax was a racist, uh, in like a very specific form of racism, like what you might call like by scientific racism today, with all the things that connect to that obviously is deeply ingrained in a lot of like tabletop role playing game DNA since then. Look, if there are no dogs, then I don't know if I want to read that. I don't think I disagree with you there, Richard. I only read the first three Black Dark Tower books so far. I think the first one is really good. It's probably the best thing that Stephen King ever wrote. The Gunslinger is just like the one time he actually, pays attention to language. Um, I will finish the whole thing at some point, and it has definitely had an impact on fantasy. So yes, I would probably say that is also part of like the larger sort of like fantasy DNA, because it brings sort of like this weird combination of science fiction fantasy, like a post-apocalyptic sort of like element. Um, what with it being connected to our world, there, bits and pieces you might call, I don't want to call them like urban fantasy, but like in a lot of ways, it does have these elements in there. So definitely a series, or at least the first couple of books, being highly influential for the genre of like the larger fantastic in a lot of ways. So I don't think I disagree. I did not enjoy books 2 and 3, but that's just me. They were still better than that other book by Stephen King. That is just really bad. I don't think Robert Jordan would have changed his way of writing battle scenes or combat action scenes, because I think he was too old. Like, it's not so much that that he would have noticed, but I think like with Sanderson and that generation, video games are sort of like the new medium that has shaped how we view the world, right? Like we usually have like one form of medium, one media form that sort of like is the, I don't want to call it dominant, but like the sort of like the thing we compare stuff to, right? And for the longest time in the 20th century, that was movies. Like, we compared, like, even like when we need to make comparisons between books and something else, we go like, oh, that's a very cinematic thing. Or even if people were in real life doing something like that, that was like, you're acting like someone in like a movie or whatever. Like, so for a long time, movies were that sort of like dominant sort of like cultural language that then influenced other forms of language. And I think that shifted to video games nowadays. And I think that's a generational thing. Like, Sanderson and other younger authors grew up playing video games, so that is like a cultural language they understand. Obviously, older people play video games, but that's not the point. It's like, I don't know if Robert Jordan played video games. I know Terry Pratchett played video games. Apparently, he was a big fan of Elder Scrolls Oblivion, for example. But like, they are not necessarily native in that specific form of like media language. And the same way that people, that if you're an older millennial, then you are not like not fully like a digital native, the way that Gen Z is, right? There's a difference there in that. For my generation, like, as a millennial, right? Like, I was a teenager when I had access to the internet. Like, that's a difference to like growing up with the internet existing, or like the mobile internet existing. I'm obviously more versed with like digital technology than like my parents, who you know were in their 40s or 50s, like, well, 40s, I guess, when they first interacted with like computers. But there's a difference, and I think that that's why I would say that Robert Jordan would probably not have done that, because it's just not like the way you imagine action scenes or gripping action scenes. But if you've played like Quake 3 Arena, right? You are aware of like the way that adding these like teleports and jumps and stuff like that, how that does like make for like really adrenaline pumping sort of like action scenes, because you've done that. And I don't think that's like a language that you have unless you sort of like are somewhat of a native in that specific form. That's like, yeah, probably if you played the first like Duke Nukem 3D back in the day as a kid, um, that's sort of like the thing. But if you were like already in your 40s or whatever when the first like 3D shooters came out, then that language will always feel, well, somewhat alien to you, right? And I think that's my argument why I think Robert Jordan would not have changed that much with like that. See, see, that's the point there, Ben. Right? Like is your like video games have become like a narrative that we take seriously for our generation in a lot of ways, like in a way that people like of an older generation, most of those people don't understand. It's like, yeah, video games are something you play in the arcade and then you go home. It's Space Invaders. um but the fact that you can put so much more into that, I think, is like something that very few o- authors of like an older generation fully embrace. As I like from reading the Terry Pratchett biography, I think Pratchett did embrace it a lot, but Pratchett was like a very unique kind of guy in a lot of ways. Yeah, I agree, Britain, that it is a very American form of epic fantasy. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, there is a level of racism in the idea of like putting bows on dexterity, and not on strength. Also, one that if you've ever tried to do actual archery, you realize that strength is still like very much an essential thing for for archery. Terry Pratchett, possibly. I mean, he was Terry Pratchett was British. As a British person, you probably played Warhammer at some point. Oh, good night, Kat. Good night, and thanks for showing up. I think possibly, and I haven't actually read it, so I don't know. But I would probably go for the Soldier's Son trilogy by Robin Hobb. Isn't that somewhat uh, American coded? Hey Joe, how you doing? Yeah, Pratchett played a lot of Oblivion. I know that. No, yes, I can imagine Pratchett playing Warhammer in the 80s. Like Warhammer in the 80s was like very, very, very sarcastic and very much a parody. So that would definitely have fit with like that part. I can see Pratchett definitely getting into. I don't think he was ever as aggressively anti-Thatcher as the original like Warhammer people were. But I can see him enjoying that up to a point. I mean, the whole like we're playing the whole like grim dark thing straight is, yeah, more of like a project of like Warhammer in the 90s, not so much in the 80s. Like you read old Warhammer stuff, there's so many really bad jokes in like the early Warhammer and Warhammer 40k stuff. Like holy shit, like ridiculous stuff. Um, that Pratchett would absolutely have been on with. Like, but yeah, I know he played D&D. I know that. But I mean, Warhammer is like one of those things that I've never gotten really deeply into. I've played some Warhammer 40K Dark Heresy tabletop games, which were a lot of fun. But yeah, I think it's important to sort of like be aware of the fact that this is supposed to be a parody. This is supposed to be you're not supposed to, be on the side of the. I mean, you're supposed to be on the side of the empire, but you're supposed to be aware of the fact that they're space fascists, right? And that is that is important, and you should not actually like being on that side as a human, right? You can enjoy this playing, but you know what I mean? Which is like one of the reasons why all of the US politics go like, oh, Trump, all those Trump God Emperor memes are like, are you sure you really understand what is going on here? Are you sure that like Trump being a God Emperor is really what you want? I think with Warhammer, it really depends on like what you're reading, because there's like so many different authors that have written for Warhammer that it kind of depends on the author. I know that Dan Abnett is considered to be like a really good one. I haven't read any Warhammer books yet, but from the Terry Pratchett biography, I heard that he was apparently a very very annoying game master, uh, Terry Pratchett, because he was going way too hard and making it very hard for people to casually play. So probably the kind of game master you can have if you're in college, but not the kind of game master you can have if you have like actual like, jobs, lives, and stuff. There is an interesting book came out last year, won a Hugo for best nonfiction this year. It's Speculative Whiteness, science fiction and the alt-right, that looks at the way that a lot of people are actively misreading science fiction, ignoring, the parody elements, whether they're there or not, and like how clear they are, and how that is tied to a specific ideology, and how it sometimes is willful misreading and sometimes it's accidental misreading. There is a lot of that stuff going on. I mean, it's certainly something that I've been dealing with a lot with, like the preparations for the artificial intelligence video that I'm currently making, because a lot of that stuff ties into that as well. Because you have people like Elon Musk very, very clearly misreading a lot of science fiction in all kinds of ways, and still using it as an inspiration, and not just like Musk, but also Peter Thiel and a lot of those people being not only nerds but really bad nerds, um, in a way. Oh man, yeah. um, so there is something very specific going on there, and I think it's interesting to sort of to look at that, especially when we come back to the idea of like how science fiction can influence technology, and how that influences politics and so forth. And you have a lot of people that you know grew up and really loved Isaac Asimov's I Robots stories, and then you look at the idea that robots are called boy and call humans master in those stories, and then you really, really don't want to think about the implications of that. and why a mostly very white Silicon Valley really loves the robot stories by Asimov, right? Yeah, exactly. Like conservative stuff, Star Trek fans, like Elon Musk, famously big fan of the culture books by Ian M. Banks, and Ian M. Banks was well, he was a member of the Socialist Party in Scotland, right? Like he was very clearly a left wing guy, and you read the culture, and it's very much a post scarcity society that is very much like anarchist without any capitalism, without money. There's some very clear quotes from those culture books about like how money and the use of money is, a sign of like a morally broken down society. And Musk says like he's named like some of his submarines when he was still doing like deep sea exploration stuff, like named those after like spaceships in starships in the culture universe. And it's like how can you, right? This is very much like the future you want, but you still want capitalism in this future where it doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, the kind of people that read Dune and go like, yeah, clearly we want to be like Paul Atreides. And it's like, "God, I don't know. Are you sure you read the book?" I mean, although with Dune, I guess it kind of works because most of them just like read the first one and then never actually continue to Dune Messiah, which you kind of really have to. But that's partly the stuff that is so frustrating with the current sort of like intersections between tech and politics and science fiction. And I highly recommend reading More Everything Forever by Adam Becker for that one. He does do a lot of really good stuff in that regard and looks at like the ridiculousness of their way of like, you know, misreading and misunderstanding science fiction and taking the wrong conclusions from that and making that sort of like the basis of their ideology. And I did read the latest book by Nick Bostrom. He's the guy who wrote the superintelligence book, which is really bad and wrong and stupid and all of that. And his last one is called Deep Utopia: How to Find Meaning in a Solved World. And obviously, solved world should already give you enough red flags, but he looks like, yeah, what if we have super intelligence and the world is like basically post singularity and everything is done and computers can and machines can do everything for us, so how do we find meaning? And then he goes through this whole list of like things that people do now and enjoy now that gives meaning to their lives, and how that will fall away once computers are there. And the things he picks are shopping and working out. And there's another one that I keep forgetting, but it was similarly ridiculous, like 3 different ones. It's like, so clearly people going shopping, um, now that you have like an AI that just like pick out the perfect outfit and the perfect interior decor and all of those kind of things. Like, so why would anyone still go shopping? And so people will no longer find meaning in shopping, obviously. And why would people that do sports and do go to the gym and work out, like if computers can create like drugs that will give us the perfectly shaped body, we lose the meaning that we find from working out. I think the third one was like probably practicing like learning an instrument, where it's like, what if computers can like actually create the perfect music? Like, why would anyone still want to do that? And I'm like, you have not understood anything about any of these like things, right? Like people that only go to the gym to reach like their perfect ideal of a body shape, like that's not why people do sports, and that's not why people work out, at least not people keep working out, right? Like a lot of this is about the process of like improving and so forth. The process is the thing. And there's thousands of people that do sports without taking fucking steroids all the time, even though that technology is already available, right? So clearly, humans will not lose meaning once there are magical machines that can do all of these things, because that's not why we do stuff. And he just like doesn't understand it. And his idea of like a deep utopia is also like very clearly cribbed from Ian M. Banks's culture in a lot of ways, but it's still about fucking capitalism and money and wealth and like, but like, if we have magical machines that can do everything, why would anyone even think about like money at that point? It's like, wait why? And that's the whole like Frederick Jameson thing, is like it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. And clearly that's exactly what's happening there. It's like you just like can't. And it's frustrating. Ida, not for me. I'm not that kind of person, but I feel like people that actually enjoy, there are people who find meaning in shopping, or not necessarily meaning in shopping in the way of like spending money, but like people that want to, if you move to like a new house and you're like, how, like, what kind of furniture do I put in there? Like, how do I decorate that kind of stuff? Like the process of picking out these kind of things, there are people who really, really enjoy that. Not me, but there are. The fact that there might be like a machine who can do that for you in the supposedly perfect way, that is not something like the goal in such a situation, right? Is not to have the perfect outcome. The process is the goal, right? The same way that some people like shopping for clothes, for outfit, right? Like you do that with friends, and you try out different things and you show it to each other and go like, hey, what about this? And it's not about finding the perfect outfit as such. It's the way of it's the getting there that is the point, and that's where the meaning comes from. And and that's why I said, like, looking at the title, in a solved world, that's kind of the problem there, right? Because it's a specific sort of like mindset that sees everything as basically a mathematical, like, what's the word? Oh god, mathematical formula where you go like, equation. That was the word. Like, if you see all of life as an equation that has a like a correct solution, right? Then you don't understand that idea of process. But that's not how humans work, and yeah, that just doesn't occur to those kind of people in a lot of ways. As I said, like, I don't find meaning in shopping. I hate shopping, but I know there are people who do enjoy that. I, I find meaning in things where other people will go like, where's the meaning in that, right? I think, and that's part of the thing that also is so important about like artificial intelligence. It's the idea that intelligence, which we can't define, and don't even think about like the definitions that people like fucking OpenAI come up with artificial intelligence. Um, so much of this is embodied, right? This is about the lived experience in the physical world. And if you take all of that away and turn it just into like a formula, into like an equation, you're missing all the things that are actually essential in that. And do I in do I personally enjoy shopping for clothes? No. I buy the same pair of jeans when the old one is getting too tattered to wear, and I buy all my shirts at concerts. I'm a very simple person in that regard, but I can see how some people enjoy going to stores and trying out different fabrics and how they feel on their skin. And all of that kind of stuff, right? Like, there are ways you can turn that into a ritual, into like a social thing, and those tech those techno-fascists don't understand. Well, they're basically antisocial. They don't understand the idea of like a society. They don't understand the idea of like social interactions in any way, shape, or form. And that's kind of where that kind of comes from. Like a solved world, as if the world is like a problem that we can solve, and that it's done. It's like that. That's not how the world works, motherfucker. But then again, we're talking about Nick fucking Bostrom, who wrote that he believed that, and I quote, "Blacks are less intelligent than whites." That's what he said. And he then used the N word, and then people called him out, and he apologized for using the N word, but never walked back the actual claim that he made. So yeah, they're all fucking Nazis, is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, there's an American heavy metal band called Zool, but because it's heavy metal, they also have like the heavy metal umlauts, so they have the, you know, dots over it. They're really good. I don't know if they ever did more than like 2 albums back in the mid 2000s, but those are really cool. Yeah, yes, Britain. That's the point. It's like that's the that Bill Gates, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, and Elon Musk think wrote like the best book on artificial intelligence that everyone should read. He's that guy. He is a eugenicist, racist piece of shit, and and the point is like that comes into that their understanding of intelligence in a lot of ways, because it's a very specific sort of like eugenics influence sort of idea of intelligence. The other part is, of course, the definition of intelligence that OpenAI use, right? OpenAI's definition of artificial general intelligence is machines that can surpass humans in all or most economically relevant tasks. Intelligence has nothing to do with economically relevant, right? That's but if you use that as your definition of intelligence, there's a lot of like consequences that come with that in and because intelligence is such a vague kind of word that we all kind of believe we kind of know what we mean with it. We suddenly attach all these other things like, oh, they're building artificial general intelligence. It's gonna be like super smart and everything. No, it's their goal is to build like a machine that can do work and that can allow people to replace workers. That's the goal. That has nothing to do with intelligence. That's just automation. That's something we've been doing for like fucking ever. So but because you have these connections with it kind of goes down some really weird places. Hey, Oso, how you doing? And yes, I mean, I don't think large language models and generative AI will actually, create better basketball players. And if you look at like, if you look at the economics of the NBA, I think those are economically relevant tasks. So I don't think AGI will help us there. At least not at least ChatGPT will not actually solve basketball problems. Musk is a very specific kind of idiot in a lot of ways. Also, I mean, I I don't look, if people want to take drugs, they should take drugs, but Elon Musk is definitely a good example to understand that taking drugs comes with risks and comes with effects downstreams. Like it used to be like that one stoner friend we had, like as in high school, who started smoking weed and smoked weed and weed and weed and weed and weed, and like years later we meet them again, and they are just like really really hard to talk to because they're very slow and very, well, stupid in a lot of ways. That was sort of like the warning sign for drugs, or taking too much drugs. And now it's Elon fucking Musk, and they're like, don't do too much ketamine. It's not gonna go well. Yeah, I don't know about hillbilly elegy. I'm like, I guess I have to at some point. I think it's important to read hillbilly elegy while also doing some heavy research on like how much is he editorializing and changing like the actual truth there, because I think there's a lot of like self mythologizing going on there. Hey Chadia, how you doing? Well, I saw that yesterday, and I mentioned it on some discords. Audible is currently it has a book called AI Slop Millionaire: How to use ChatGPT to become rich in like 30 days. Um, it's free on Audible. It's like a 3-hour course. I have not looked at. I have not listened to it, but it's certainly interesting that that exists, right? Also, Audible does now list ChatGPT as an author. It is insane. See, the interesting thing with that is like Jack Vance, not Jack Vance, JD Vance, and I recently actually learned what his actual name was. But I mean, he's changed his name several times. Like Vance is not his surname anyway. Um, the interesting thing is Musk and Thiel and David Sachs all grew up in South Africa, and there's like three tech Nazis, right? Elon Musk, obviously South Africa. Peter Thiel, his father. Well, he was born in Frankfurt, which is nothing good was ever born in Frankfurt, and I say that as someone who was born in Frankfurt, right? Um, anyway, like he moved to South Africa with his parents when his father was helping South Africa build illegal uranium mines in occupied Namibia. And David Sachs is also born in South Africa, and all of those three are now in the US and are all fucking Nazis. And I don't know. Maybe white genocide would actually be a good thing. I don't know. I should probably not say that, but like seriously, if you look at the results of like South Africans coming to the US and being economically successful, they don't have like a good record, is what I'm saying. I have not seen Ben Shapiro's review of One Battle After Another. I somehow suspect that Ben Shapiro does not understand the movie. I don't know if he ever read the book. I think what is interesting with One Battle After Another is that like everyone is like, a lot of people are like, wow, this is like the best movie ever, and it's like obviously it's not. And what I find fascinating is like a lot of like German reviewers watch the movie and are like, well, it's not really that political. It doesn't have like a political stance, and I'm like, if you watch One Battle After Another and you think it does not actually have like relative, like pretty clear political statements in there, then I don't know what kind of political statements you need for something to be political in your eyes. And then you watch some American reviews or read some American reviews, and they're like, oh no, it's like it's hardcore communist propaganda, which is obviously also isn't, right? it's interesting to see those different perspectives on it. But like, yeah, I can imagine Ben Shapiro being not a very happy person when watching that movie. Oh yeah, but like the environmental costs of artificial intelligence are insanely high, right? It's when you read Kate Crawford's Atlas of AI or obviously Karen Howe's Empire of AI, they look into those costs a lot, and it's insane. And the idea that like building building AI data centers in fucking Arizona, in fucking Arizona and Texas sounds like you sure about that fucking thing? But yeah, I mean, what can you do? Yeah, that's the point. It's like I, I I really appreciate it. Like, obviously, the names in the movie are different from the names in Vineland, but Thomas Anderson, like Paul Thomas Anderson, very much got the spirit of the Thomas Pynchon name right. Stephen Lockjaw, perfect, perfect Thomas Pynchon name. Like, I mean, come on. Chadia, I'm going to read No Life Forsaken on Tuesday at 9 a.m., which is usually when Audible publishes pre-orders because I have it on. So on Tuesday, 9 a.m., I will be either at the gym or on my way to the gym, and that's when I'm going to start No Life Forsaken. Well, you need an Audible account, and then you can listen to it for free, and then you can create AI slop for YouTube and become a millionaire, I guess. Um, Teal is gay. There's a bunch of gay people like Sam Altman is gay. Peter Thiel is gay. There's another one. I keep forgetting his name. I think he's part of the Underrail people. Like, there's an entire group of gay tech fascists in that current like group around Peter Thiel and Sam Altman. There's a number of them. I think their idea is to be like rich and powerful enough that no one is going to come for them because they basically own everyone. I don't know if that works out. I'm not going to speculate on that, but I think that's sort of the plan there. Is like Peter Thiel's goal is to be so rich and powerful that no one's going to come for him because of being gay. So, and that's like one of the weird things, and Peter that I can't like fully figure out. And I've read the Peter Thiel biography and all that. Like his current sort of like antichrist thing and his sort of like weird religiosity is like, how do you square that with your homosexuality, right? And just to be clear, like, be gay, totally fine. But if you are talking about the Antichrist, doing like fucking lectures on the Antichrist, giving lectures on the Antichrist to Catholic priests in Austria, you need to be really, really good at like at theology to square that with your homosexuality, with that specific audience, right? Like, I don't know. It's weird. Wait. See, I think like the same thing is happening with my mother. So my mother has a cat. It's a big orange cat. He's a massive, massive piece of shit. Like like all orange cats. His name is Hagar, like the Viking cartoon guy, and her neighbors have two cats. Two are like both of them are like a half Maine Coon, and one of them is called Eddie, and the other one's called Murphy. Don't ask. But one of them is constantly hanging out at my mother's place, and like I was visiting my mother over the last weekend, and like yeah, the cat that is like living at my mother's place is not Hagar, the orange piece of shit, but it's Murphy, the very big and very needy cat from my neighbors. Yes. Um, Vidal, Alice Vidal is very much in a lesbian like marriage. Like they, yeah, she's married to a person from like her wife is. I want to say India, but it might be somewhere from East Asia is the point there. So she's not only she's like basically, I mean that's part of the problem with like the AFD, right? Like they are keeping her basically as this. So like we can't be Nazis. We got a lesbian who has a non-German wife. But we can clearly not be Nazis. Also, she lives in Switzerland, but it's bad. Paul Anderson, it's definitely the Broken Sword and Three Hearts and Three Lions for the fantasy stuff. For something really weird, the High Crusade, if you can get it. The High Crusade is a lot of fun um, because it's a bunch of medieval knights kidnapping a spaceship, and well, I mean that's the plot, right? Aliens come with a spaceship and a bunch of medieval knights who are on their way to a crusade, take over the spaceship and then do a crusade on the galaxy. You might enjoy that, I think. All right, you already know that one. Um, yeah, Rome, Ernst Rome, definitely. Like it's complicated, right? With like Ernst Rome, definitely not a guy you want to compared to Sam Altman or Peter Thiel or whatever. Like Ernst a very different kind of guy. Like really, like generally scary motherfucker. You don't want to, and that's part of it. Like obviously he got killed and everything in the Night of Long Knives and all of that, but like a very different sort of like character in a lot of ways because Peter Thiel is not scary. Sam Altman is not scary. None of these people are scary. Most like there's a thing that is really interesting about a lot of these tech guys right now. And that's why the Gilded Rage by Jacob Silverman is such an incredibly good book because he gets close to that sort of like underlying thing. All of these motherfuckers have a massive chip on their shoulders, right? They all think they're really smart and they want respect. They want respect from like a lot of people that they can't get any respect from because they're stupid. Or if they're not stupid, they're incredibly poorly educated because they never did any of like the hard work that comes with like doing intellectual work, right? They made a lot of money, but Peter Thiel is possibly the only one of them who actually finished his studies, except for Alex Karp. Yes. except for Alex Carr, but like all of these other people, like they all drop out of like high school, not high school, but they all drop out of like university and then make a shitload of money and then think that they can go up against people who spent like the last 20 years doing academic work. And you can't do that. Like you will never actually get like any respect. You will not be taken seriously by people who spent the last 20, 30 years doing academic research. And academic research in the humanities is still academic fucking research, and it's hard. And those people don't get that, but they still want it so bad. And it's like, why does someone like Peter fucking Thiel, right? Billionaire, Nazi overlord, gay Nazi overlord. Why does he go to fucking Austria to lecture a bunch of like Catholic priests, like serious, like people who've spent the last 30, 40 years studying theology? Why does he, you know, lecture them on the Antichrist and the Antichrist and expect anything but being laughed out of the room? Like, where does that level of hubris come from? And I think that is like very much sort of like what drives a lot of that. Like, is those people have made a lot of money. They have been economically incredibly successful, and they believe that like gives them that warrants like massive respect in every dimension of human existence, and it doesn't, right? And Donald Trump is that's why I think there is such a sort of like affinity to Donald Trump in a lot of ways, because so much of this is about, you know, people wanting revenge and people feeling I'm running out of words here, like feeling insulted even though they're not. And it's it's that weird thing. Like I think it was Mark Andreessen. Mark Andreessen, which is, you know, all of those people are fucking insecure as like absolutely insecure, right? And and what you can see with those people is like obviously is this idea is like I think it was either Andreessen or David Sachs, one of those two venture capitalists, is like, yeah, well, artificial intelligence, like AI, will like replace all like white collar work and so forth, except for venture capitalists. That's something that only humans can do. It's like you're gambling. That's all you do. There's like nothing to it. But you think that you are so special that that's the one thing that will remain. And that's sort of like believing yourself special and being pissed off that you don't get treated like a special boy all the time. That is what drives so much of that current sort of like weird techno-fascist sort of like elite. And at least with like people like Thiel and Andreessen and David Sachs and that gang. Obviously, David Sachs and Thiel being part of like the Stanford Review. And if you ever want to see something really interesting, read some of the old stuff in the Stanford Review. Read David Sachs' defense of rape. Yeah, that's something he wrote. In case you didn't know, those are really those have always been special boys that have always gotten away with everything because they are as privileged as you can get by being insanely fucking rich, insanely fucking white, and all of that. Stephen Miller is another one of those people. It's like I read that like last week. Hate Monger, which is a biography of Stephen Miller. What a piece of shit! Like from early childhood on, Stephen Miller has always been an asshole. Like that guy, like was never bullied at school. He always got away with everything he wanted to get away with. I wish someone would actually have bullied that motherfucker. Like seriously, someone should have bullied Stephen Miller as a kid because it may not have made him like a worse person, but at least someone would have gotten some satisfaction out of the whole thing. And that's part of the problem. Is like it's people who believe that they deserve everything and get incredibly butthurt whenever they don't get like all the worship they personally believe they are owed. And that's insanely dangerous if those people actually have like all the power and all the money. Yes, the catapult scene. Well, Chad, yeah, I think with Alice Weidel, I don't think she's a racist. She's just like very much an opportunist. There's a sad part in that with Alice Weidel, I think. Like she started out with the Liberal Party in Germany, the FDP, and that party has always been incredibly sexist, not racist, but not necessarily racist, but incredibly sexist. And as a woman, she probably got like obviously all the misogyny that you can get in that specific club. And I've met some people from the FDP and like around that area, and it's like, holy shit, terrible people, like obnoxious motherfuckers, right? Um, so I think she just moved away from that because she's like ideologically, she at least started out as a very much like a neoliberal, hardcore capitalist. Like she worked for, I think, Goldman Sachs, one of those like big banks, right? Like all of that stuff. Like she was an investment banker and all that. And I think she just left the FDP, like the Liberal Party, for because of like all the sexism, and that's how she ended up with that other party. And so I don't think she personally is racist. She just like is very entitled and wants power. And the problem is, of course, that if you are a neoliberal or whatever liberal economic person and you want a lot of power and you think that the racists are the kind of people you can enlist to get your power, that might end up biting you in the ass, which is exactly what happened. If you look at the history of the AFD, that's like what has happened. Like every single time there has been a power struggle within the AFD, the more moderate, more sort of like neoliberal kind of people were like kicked out by the more reactionary right wing group. And that happened to Bernd Lucke and that early group. That's when Frauke Petri and gang took over, and that happened to Frauke Petri when she got kicked out. And now we have Alice Weidel and so forth. And it's only a matter of time until they will get kicked out, and the next group further right will take over, I think. And that's just like how that works. And if people would actually, look at history, they might actually, realize that. Um, I would argue it depends on why you felt bad for him, Britain. Um, Gilded Rage by Jacob Silverman from like 2 weeks ago. Its subtitle is Elon Musk and the Radicalization of Silicon Valley, I think. Or maybe it's 3 weeks ago. I'm not repeating it here like Thornall. It's an article that David Sachs wrote for the Stanford Review. You can find it online. You can read it yourself. Oh yeah, the Stephen Miller is definitely the worst. Like as I like, I read Hate Monger. I don't want to say I recommend it. It's a biography of Stephen Miller. You can also just watch the Stephen Miller video by Some More News, which is heavily based on that specific book. So you get most of it, and you don't have to get like all the details. But like that guy was a piece of shit from like youngest childhood on. Like always an asshole. Like seriously, not even just like when he was racist, but like, generally just always an asshole. He is insecure, right? I think you might be okay, Ida, because You're Danish. I think that's the kind of non-British that he is still sort of accepting, but yeah, I don't know. Britain is very much like a failed state in its own right, I think. Oh, you mean the Camp of the Saints? It's look, the thing with like the Camp of the Saints is that I don't think he was radicalized by it. From reading Hate Monger by Jean Guerrero, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Um, uh, he found his sort of like he was already a racist when he read it for the first time, but he sort of like found himself in there. What is interesting is when you read someone like Quinn Slobodian's last one, Hayek's Bastards in particular, the element of the Camp of the Saints by that French guy whose name I keep forgetting, and fuck that guy. Um, the main sort of like plot point gets repeated by Neil Stevenson in Snow Crash, which is of course that you have like the Camp of the Saints. The plot is this fleet of refugees coming from India to in well the Camp of the Saints to France because it's a French novel, full of refugees, and it's full of like racism, and they basically destroy like Western society. It's all of that stuff. It's like it's like great replacement theory before it was termed great replacement theory. It's all of that. And if you read Snow Crash by Neil Stevenson, you obviously have the Raft, which is that group of like East Asian people mostly coming to the US and everyone being scared. Obviously, while there's a lot of like stuff wrong with or problematic around Snow Crash, Neil Stevenson is making it very, very clear that the problem is like the racism and fear of the people in California. That is the problem, and not the people that are fleeing or moving from East Asia, migrating from East Asia to America because they want like more wealth. That is the difference there. But like you can very easily misread that and go like, oh no, the threat is all those migrants. They're brown people. They're coming to our white country, right? Yeah, resentment and revenge is such a big piece of that whole thing. And earlier this year I read Hubris Maximus, which is the author is Fez Siddiqui, I think. I might get the name wrong. It's a biography of Elon Musk's recent times. Like it came out in May. So what's interesting there is that like Gilded Rage by Silverman, because it came out in October, does go to sort of like the failure of Doge, and Hubris Maximus was obviously published around the time that Musk got kicked out of like government functions and so forth. So it doesn't go all the way, but like one thing that Siddiqui does that I think is really interesting is focusing on like how Musk wants to be obviously he wants to be liked, which we know about it with all the ridiculous sort of like video game bullshit and all that stuff, right? And Musk wants to be the guy, right? He wants to be the one who does things. He's like, here are these problems that humanity faces, and he's probably right with some of them. Like he notices like a problem is like, well, we have climate change. That's definitely going to happen. It's bad. But instead of going like, well, how can we fix climate change? He goes like, how can I be the one who solves climate change? And the same is like with the whole like thing to Mars. Like, should we go to Mars? Probably not. I don't know. Um, but he goes like, we clearly need to do all of these things. But instead of going like, we need to figure out as humanity, we need to figure out. He's like, how can I be the one who does that? He wants to be the hero. He wants to be the savior, and he believes it's his God-given right to be that guy. And that is sort of like really important to understand with like someone like Elon Musk, and why he does some of the things he does that seems so irrational from the outside, when like But if yeah, he just wants to be the guy who does that thing. And I feel like a lot of those people, like Andreessen, definitely, Peter Thiel, definitely, have that same sort of like thought that they see problems with like the way the world works. Some of them might be, actual problems. Some of them might not actually be problems, but like they are unhappy with the status quo. But instead of going like, how can we fix that? Their next step is like, how can I be the person who fixes that? And that does lead to some really weird places. Like I don't think Sam Altman fully fits into that, like with OpenAI. Sam Altman seems more to be like a grifter opportunist who just wants to make as much money and get as much power as possible. But he'll change his opinions in all kinds of ways. He doesn't strike me as like a true believer. Peter Thiel is a true believer and he has always been a true believer. And Elon Musk has sort of like navigated himself into like a place where he doesn't have like or like ways out, but being a true believer. And same goes for someone like Mark Andreessen, I think, and David Sachs. Those are true believers. Sam Altman, I don't think so. I think it is mostly very much embarrassing because you can see how he's aging and like losing his mental faculties. The thing is, like, Elon Musk has always been incredibly embarrassing. Donald Trump has always been obnoxious as fuck, but like, there's a different way of him being embarrassing at this point. Like, right, like the man was evil, and don't get me wrong, like always hated that guy, right? But there are situations where where Donald Trump said things in the past where like, yeah, well, I can see how you can, find that charismatic or whatever, but all of that is gone. Like most of that is gone. I will say that moment, like that that outburst, like that he has these like bright moments where he like, these outbursts, like when he that moment after the ceasefire between Israel and Iran, right? And when Israel started shooting again, and he just got like so fucking angry. It's like they've been fighting for so long, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And it's like that second, I was like, wow, this is clearly like his actual beliefs, and that worked. It's like, you're probably not wrong, but also like, yeah, no one else would have ever said that because he's like the one person who does like have like no filters whatsoever. I just love the fact that they're right now like building up this idea of like, yeah, he's going to run in 2028 again, and Steve Bannon going like, yeah, surely we'll do that in 2028. It's like, do you think he'll actually still be alive in 3 years? Because beyond anything else, right? Like being president, even being as used as a president as Donald Trump is, right? Like being president is stressful. It ages you like nothing else. Like it's a fucked up job. Like even if you're doing nothing, right? It'll still fuck you up. And You think he'll still like we've had popes that were like mentally more fit than Donald Trump is now. And Pope is a much less stressful situation. I don't think this will work. Nah, the Supreme Court will not stop him. I mean, like, here's the thing: like, if Trump is still alive in a way where they can roll him out in 2028, they will still use him and try to do that. I don't doubt that. I'm just like definitely don't know if like he will actually survive until 2028 because he's like is he 80, 81, something like that, right? That's already that's fucking old, and it's still like a high sort of like energy kind of job. Like even if you because you still have to fly the motherfucker around all the time and shit, right? Yeah, but that's kind of the point, right? Like there's no alternative. Like who you gonna bring up if he's not there? Like obviously JD Vance doesn't have it. Yeah, obviously. I mean, you're right, definitely right. But like the thing is, on that thing, right? What you said, Britain, there with like worst president of your lifetime. I recently had like this summer, I had like a phase where I was listening to like a lot of like 90s and 2000s punk rock, and there's all this. You know, go to like Green Day's American Idiot or NoFax's War on Errorism, all of that stuff, like early 2000s, and everyone going like, George W. Bush is like the worst president we've ever had. It's like, what a fucking idiot. And you listen to that in 2025, and you're like, oh God, you guys had no idea. Like, you had no idea how bad it could get. Yeah. If by the fucker who did the thing to the chain of dogs, you mean Pomqual, the actual the governor, then I would agree with that. Because the guy who does have no idea and does just like whatever the last person talking to him says, then that's the guy. Yes. Like I think like one of the things is like in most situations you will not like your president. That's just like how it works. Even if they're of your party, the chance that you like the guy in charge, the person in charge, is limited because whenever like if you are like president, prime minister, whatever it means to be like in charge of of an entire country, you will make decisions that will piss everyone off. That's kind of built in. There are situations where you'll agree with them, but like that's par for the course, right? You will not agree with the person in charge. That's yeah, it's just like how it works. Um, I think like from the outside, like I don't think America has had like a really, really good president since for fucking never. Like I feel like Jimmy Carter was like a morally incredibly good president, just not very competent. I'll say that like Jimmy Carter, definitely a good person, not a very good president, a very good person. FDR, a mostly very good president, probably not a very good person. Also, obviously not perfect. And beyond that, I don't know. I feel like liking presidents is always a bad sign. Biggest Momo X is John Stevenson. Something has changed with names. This I don't know what happened. Either you have like multiple accounts, but Bend is also not displayed as Bend anymore. So who knows? No, I think like and what I find interesting in a book that I read that I highly recommend all of you read if you're interested in like American environmental politics. Read Cadillac Desert by Mark Reisner. It's one of those books that will make you very angry and very depressed and all that. It's a really good book. It's a history of American water management and why it's all really bad and why the American Southwest is getting drier and drier and drier and all of that stuff. And like all the way from like the 19th century and dam building and how it's a really good book. You should read it, is what I'm saying. But what it does, it looks at like Jimmy Carter in particular trying to sort of solve some of the problems with water management and how his sort of like naivete and sort of like understanding what is the right thing to be done, how that runs up against like the machine and where Jimmy Carter fails is like just being too nice a guy to do politics of that on that level, I think. And I feel that's very much sort of like the Jimmy Carter thing is like probably the nicest guy you had for president in the US in the last, I don't know, century. But yeah, being nice is probably not the key qualification to run like a country like the US. Yeah, it's like YouTube does weird shit with like names and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know what's going on there. Well, I mean, we will have to disagree on the policies there, Britain, because I think FDR's policies were definitely the right policies to. The New Deal was very much the correct way of dealing with that specific crises in the 1930s. I mean, Hoover's ideas definitely didn't work. I mean, we know that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Like, as I said, like YouTube does weird shit. No, it's very much a YouTube issue. It used to be that for John, for example, like when you comment on my YouTube videos, I always get it displayed as Momo. But in live streams, it used to be John, and now it's Momo here as well. I don't know what's going on. It's YouTube. They're changing stuff around all the time. They're weird. I don't think that is unfortunate. You should probably sit back and wonder why it actually worked, and maybe I mean, do you want things to work, or do you want to do you want things to work in according to your ideas? Because those are two different approaches to reality, right? It's like the same. At the end of the day, I don't think like I don't need big government or small government. I want government that works. I would argue that means as long as we do have the form of capitalism that we have right now, that means government has to do infrastructure because otherwise infrastructure doesn't work. Is that the best way of doing things? I don't know, but I mean, we see what happens if governments don't do infrastructure. You know what I mean? Find me a way that works better, and we can absolutely do that. But like, as long as we don't have that, I mean, just to be clear, as an anarchist, I personally don't like government. Period. But you know, sometimes you have to be realistic about these things, or so a nine-fingered guy once said. Um, all right, guys, it's 11:30. We've been doing this for 2.5 hours. I've run out of beer. I could go and get more beer. Are you guys willing to do that, or should we slowly move to the part of the evening where I go to sleep and you do whatever it is you do once you stop watching streams? Let me know. But yeah, I'm running out of beer. Glitch, yeah. Don't we all want like a post-scarcity society? We just need to figure out how to get that post-scarcity part solved. All right, guys, I'm gonna get myself another beer. Um, Entertain yourselves while I do that. All right. I managed to find beer, which is good. All right. Vampire books, I don't know anything about it. I'm not a vampire person. I've read Dracula, and a couple more, but like, not that much. Interestingly enough, the witches in Silvia Moreno Garcia's The Bewitching are also drinking blood, which is you know, nice to see. That is the fourth for this live stream, and I had like one earlier today during dinner. That's like one of those things, right? Like during summer, it was like, especially Saturdays, like it was very easy to sit on the balcony in the sun and I don't know, drink beer and listen to punk rock and then do the live streams. But with autumn and everything, no, I spent the entire day drinking tea and reading books. So I'm much, yeah, I have drunk less, is what I'm saying. Um, yeah, and I don't know. Uh, so like I'm not that much into vampires. I still want to read the Buffalo Hunter by Stephen Graham Jones from this year, which I think also has vampires in it. That's like the one that I still have sort of like on my list of stuff that I need to read soon-ish. But that's my point. Like, oh, so I think like something like Empire of the Vampire does only really work if you already, have read enough sort of like vampire stuff or are enough of a fan of vampires so you can sort of like appreciate the whole over the top kind of thing, which is why I don't think it would be for me because I don't know, it's From Dusk Till Dawn is sort of like my go-to vampire thing. Well, good luck in that city. I've heard it's a big one. um yeah, no, uh, I think like for me, what I find so interesting is the whole idea of like October being spooky season and Halloween and stuff. Because like as a German, like Halloween was not like a big deal around here until like very recently, like the last sort of like 10 years maybe, because it's not a German holiday, right? Like, obviously, as a Catholic, the 1st of November is an important holiday because that's All Hallows. Um, so that is important, and then you have All Souls after that. But and Sunday of the Dead is also around that time. I keep forgetting which one that is. Like, but like Halloween as like the day before that, that was never a big deal. So that whole idea, that whole association with uh, that whole association with ghosts and stuff, that is not part of like German sort of like culture. So for me, autumn was never that. It's like you have like Thanksgiving, or like harvest Thanksgiving kind of thing, which is the last. Well, it's Saint Michael's is what it is, like Michaelmas, which is I think the 30th of September, but I'm not quite sure right now. But it's like end of September, so that's when German sort of like Thanksgiving happens if you're a Catholic at least, and you pile up huge, have huge piles of like agrarian produce piled in church, and then you do that, and you combine that with like Saint Michael killing dragons and stuff. But October is kind of completely empty around here, and then you have All Hallows, but that's like All Hallows. It's got nothing to do with like all the creepy stuff. So that whole idea of like autumn is like October is like ghosts and vampires and zombies. I'm like, no, October is when I sit at home and start eating Christmas cookies, which are in shops already, and drink lots of tea and reread Lord of the Rings or read Ted Williams' Memories, Sorrow, Thorn, and play lots of Dungeons and Dragons. That's autumn for me. See, Britain, the thing is, what we have around here in September and October, though, is if you go to the southwest, you have like the wine festivals, like because obviously September is usually when you take in when you harvest all the grapes, and then that's when you make the new wine, and then you have like wine festivals, which like every village, sit down and you drink the new wine, and you get like absolutely fucking hammered, and you have Oktoberfest, which is when you drink lots of beer, but like, we're having fun. We just don't need fucking ghosts for that. We can just like get drunk. Hey, Margaret, how you doing? I know there's vampires in Anita Blake. I mean, it's called Anita Blake Vampire Hunter. I suspect there will be vampires at some point. Um, Unfortunately, it did not win the poll. Thornall, yes, I mentioned it in the weekly update on Monday. Uh, Karl May won, so we'll read a lot of Karl May novels in December. I just need to make a video where I explain which books I have picked. So I'm right now making a list, and I really hate myself for being incredibly stupid because last weekend I was visiting my mother because my sister and my brother-in-law and my niece were there, and my niece is already very much in charge. Very, very clear young radical feminist there. My niece, she's like 2 years old. It was so funny. I was there, and my mother was like going to like the stable to put out the horse to pasture and let the horse run around, and stuff that you need to do if you have a horse, right? And my niece wanted to go with her, obviously, because horse is cool, and my sister being a veterinarian doing horse stuff, like my niece has grown up with horses already, like as a 2-year-old. And so it was decided that my niece, my mother, and my sister would go. And then it was like would my brother-in-law also go? And at that point, my niece just turned around, looked at her father, goes like, "You don't come with us," and just decided that like, nope, this is not going to happen, which is so funny to watch. No, we don't have gate night. I don't know what that is. So it's going to be Kalmai. I just need to make the final selection for the books. Also, you're using the wrong conjunction there, Britain. In Europe, everyone bickers over territory or drinks. That's an end. Where's it like I'm angry at myself because, as I said, I was visiting my mother, and my old Karl May books, the ones that I got from my father and my grandfather, both grandfathers, I guess, they're all there, and I did not take a fucking picture. I should have taken a picture of all of that huge pile because that would have been perfect for like a thumbnail. And yeah, now I hate myself for that. Anyway, um, so I just need to figure out how to split it. So it's going to be Winnie 2, 1, 2, and 3, and probably Old Surehand. Yes. And so my plan is to split it up between the Western stuff, and the sort of that main series for um, sort of like the Ottoman stuff, right? The Balkan stuff. I don't know how they titled in English for that, because you have like the whole like thing. One is called in German. It's called Durchs wilde Kurdistan, through wild Kurdistan, and that's like one of those titles that are set in that area, and they're from Baghdad to Istanbul and stuff like that. And those are like one sort of like plot line, and then you have the Western stuff, and I want to pick like I want to do like half and half, so I need to just like settle on the ones. It's going to be Winnie 2, 1, 2, and 3, probably Old Surehand, possibly Treasure in Silver Lake, and The Oil Prince. Is that the title in English? Those might be like five west, five for the Western stuff, and six. Yeah, we'll see. No, we don't have that here. Like what we do have, like a lot, like is 11th of November is St. Martin's, where we have we do like a lantern parade, where like a Saint Martin's thing is big in Germany, where you have like a everyone running, walking like with a lantern, singing songs. You have like someone dressed up as Saint Martin riding on a horse, and then at some point you have the Saint Martin thing reenacting, where he has to take out his sword and cut his cloak in half and give one half to like a beggar, and so forth. That's something that is big around here. It's like the lantern march on the 11th of November for St. Martin's. Uh, Good question, Shadia. Are we? I did not pay attention. Might be. I mean, usually all of Europe does it at the same time. Canada does it at some point, and the US does it at some point. But I did not pay attention, so I guess I'll find out tomorrow morning. Also, like, wait, like, wintertime is. Are we switching like? from like 1 back to midnight, or are we switching from, midnight to 1? It's like, are we gaining an hour, or are we losing an hour? I'm so bad at time stuff. Yeah, the Silver Lake Treasure one. Yeah, I guess we're going over to winter and, winter time tonight then. It's called From Baghdad to Istanbul or Baghdad to Istanbul, yes, something like that. Um, Britain, Karl May, probably would have hated Hitler, but Hitler really loved Karl May. It's one of those, like, weird things, but, this may be apocryphal. I have to do some research on that, but, like, there is that claim that Hitler actually, sent Karl May novels to generals on the Eastern Front, so they would read them and take some learn some tactical lessons from that, which may or may not be true. Karl May is like one of those really weird and fascinating guys, and I tried to do like an introductory video before the whole book's just about his life. The Behind the Bastards podcast did like a 2 episode thing on him on Karl May. Like the guy is fascinating. Like he was a grifter and like absolute like con artist, like getting imprisoned for like all kinds of like weird fraud, like selling false coins and shit like that. Like he did like all of that stuff, and then he like wrote these stories, which are supposedly all like his travel narratives, even though he never left Germany during that time. And super fascinating guy in his own right. But he is like possibly still the best-selling German author, or one of the best-selling German authors. Like it's weird in a lot of ways. Like one of the things that is so fascinating is like because he wrote all of these like Western novels, and they are like very pro Native Americans and so forth. It really kindled like a very deep sort of like interest in Native American cultures in Germany, to the point where you have like a lot of like reenactment societies in Germany that do like Native American reenactment, um, which has all kinds of problems. Don't get me wrong, right? But what is so fascinating is that they did like a lot of like, because Germans are very serious people. They did like a lot of like hard like language research, to the point that there's like a lot of like different like native languages where like some of the top like experts on different native languages are Germans, because of that whole thing. It's weird, is what I'm saying. Which is why I'm definitely excited to do the thing for like the Christmas part, because it does very much sort of like, it's a very unique kind of thing, and it's a very German kind of thing. There are like a lot of like movies or the Western stuff, the Westerns, and they were like European Westerns, and they were shot. Most of them were shot in the Balkans, in Yugoslavia at the time, which is why they're like really big in Croatia, Serbia, and so forth. Because yeah, those movies were shot in communist socialist Yugoslavia in the 1960s. It's a whole thing, and yeah, but I'm excited to do that, because I think it might be fascinating to like a more international audience to actually learn about all of that weirdness. I love that, Ida. Not for the car because I don't have a car, but it's the same thing. For me, it's the clock in my stove slash oven. There's a clock in there, and obviously I never change that because like why? I don't need it. But like yeah, those kind of clocks that change every half year. So yeah, I'm very excited about the Karl May thing because, as I said, like it's a very German thing. It's something that explains a lot about German culture. Like every like as a kid, when I grew up, like every year, like around Easter and Christmas, around the holidays, those old Winnetou movies would be on TV every single fucking year. I've watched them so many times, and I've read those books as a kid so many times. Yeah, it's a very weird European thing because I, I, I I don't think anyone has had like as big an impact on like German, possibly wider European ideas of the American West as Karl May, who was not there. Like, I mean, he visited the US like after he got like really famous writing these novels. Like, all of this is made up bullshit, and it has like very much impacted sort of like the understanding of the American West in German in the German imagination in other parts of like European imagination. It's weird. Oh, Old Death, yeah. There's a lot of them in Dutch, Charia. There's a lot of them in Dutch, definitely. Um, even on, I think I saw some of them on Project Gutenberg for free because they're from like the 1850s, so 60s or whatever. Like, I think you can find them for free and on the internet. They are weird though. Yeah, it was done to help. I don't necessarily know if it was for farmers or for industrial workers, but yeah, it was definitely for that. And that's like one of those interesting things about time, right? Is and David Graeber makes those points in Bullshit Jobs, a theory, which is good. It does go down some places where I'm not necessarily 100% with him, but he does look at the idea that like how we measure time has changed over time, and and how there's like two dimensions to that. Like one dimension is that we start measuring labor in time and not in actually in products, where like before, say, the industrial revolution, in a lot of ways you hire someone to build a thing for you, or you pay someone to create like X pots to you hire a potter, you pay them for like 10 pots or whatever. And with the switch to like industrial production, you don't pay people for the amount of stuff, like even like weavers, you don't pay them for like how many square meters, yards, or whatever, like of cloth they produce, but you pay them for the hours they spend doing that. And that's something that goes hand in hand with measuring time precisely in doing that. And I think that's a really important sort of like understanding of like how we see the world, because time was much more relative before that, when it's like you get up when like the sun rises and you go do the stuff when it's light, and then you go back to bed or whatever, right? Because you are doing you are the person who decides when to do work, and the switch to running like entire production according to an external sort of like structure and force, that's a massive shift, that's a paradigm shift. And that may or may not be good. And there may or may not be some. I mean, there are some things that only work if you do that shift, if you make that shift. But you should be aware of the fact that you just made like a massive paradigm shift that comes with like both like costs and benefits in a lot of ways. Yeah. Um, I agree with you that the word hack is definitely it is definitely demeaning. I agree with you there. Karl May, it's difficult to say. What he is someone who really makes up a lot of bullshit. He's a bullshit artist, is what I would call him in a lot of ways. So yeah, I would call it much more than like a hack because I mean he's writing cheap novels, right? Like it's very clear that he's not trying to do right like serious literature or whatever, right? Like he's telling travel narratives or pseudo travel narratives that are basically you know supposed to be incredibly thrilling, gripping, and so forth. They're adventure stories, and he doesn't try to do anything more or less. But he invents all of that and pretends that it's all real, and that is sort of like the weird part. And then there's like some spirituality in there that is he's Christian. He's like very explicitly Christian, but he's not. Um, it's a very sort of like 19th century German formed like spiritual kind of Christianity that is very open, right? He's just like he's very anti-racist. That I think is like really interesting, and we'll get to that. Like there's like positive racism much more than like negative racism. When you read like Winnetou, those early books, the bad guys are usually incredibly greedy white guys, and not Native Americans. It's usually greedy white guys treating natives like shit and looking for like this like common humanity and human spirit that is then folded into like a very weird form of like 19th century Christianity there. It is really fascinating in that like something very relatively rare and unique and weird when it comes to like his personal beliefs had such an outsized impact on on Germany for the longest time. As I said, like Karl May, Hitler's favorite author. Depends on how you define bullshit, and I mean, you can always read Harry Frankfurt, but you don't have to. Like, I think what I claim with bullshit artist in his case is that he does basically he makes he very strongly hints that what he's writing there is his personal sort of like travel story and not something he made up while he was actually there, because it's all first person narratives, and he talks about like him being a German coming from the place that he came from in Saxony, and and for the longest time people believed that those were his actual adventures that he as a person, as Karl May, had over in the American West and in Palestine and Ottoman Palestine and all those areas, right? And he did not disabuse anyone of that notion. In fact, he did actually he claimed that he did all of that. That's sort of like where the bullshit conman kind of part comes in. That he it was like a big sort of like scandal and so forth when people finally proved that he did actually make all of that shit up. And that I think is where I would say that the bullshit artist kind of thing comes in. I hope that makes sense. So yeah, my hope is to actually, you know, find something that is both like really, really cringy and painful because I have to go back and look at. And I said, like, I read that as a teenager, and the books that I read are the books that I basically inherited from my dad and my granddad. Like that stuff has been in German culture for like, yeah, ever since like the 1850s, basically. And I don't know if I ever bought as a kid or got given a new Karl May book, like a print new. Like I think all of the stuff that I have at my, which is stored at my mother's place, is like all of them is like used books and stuff that has been around since forever. But it has shaped so much of it. So and I read a lot of that stuff as a young teenager, like at age 9 to 12, 13 ish, I think, roughly around that time, right? So me going back and reading these books again and being the person that I am now, knowing the stuff that I know now and so forth, right? That will be like personally very interesting. But my hope is that because it is such a weird thing, and because a lot of my audience is American, um, it can be interesting to sort of like give you like a look at like the image of like 19th century America that like Germans have because of this weird quirk in i- i- in history, I guess. It's certainly going to be really weird and interesting. And like I don't know if you can find those old Winnetou movies online somewhere. And obviously I don't know if there's like subtitles in English or anything of the sorts, but like if you want to see something really weird and cringy, those are definitely um that's some really like interesting weird stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if they would like, I mean, I'll find out. They might still be on TV, on like public TV this year in around Christmas. I would not be surprised. Yeah, I know we're kind of facetious there, but there's a kernel of truth in there, of course. Yeah, yeah. There is certainly like I think there's a parallel there. With like the US view of medieval Europe, one of the things that I find really fascinating with like with the US view of medieval Europe, that's something that I personally kind of didn't really fully sort of like appreciate until like very recently, is that because obviously as a German, like I have a very specific idea of like medieval Europe, which is like there's no such thing as medieval Europe because Europe is big and and varied and everything, right? But like that the idea of medieval Europe that is sort of like in popular in America and through that through American media, sort of like globally, sort of the idea of medieval Europe is very specifically the partly French and English medieval Europe, and Germany is a very different place, and Germany being very vaguely defined in a medieval period, right? It's like all the way like the Holy Roman Empire of German and so forth, like all the way from northern Italy to Hungary and all of those places. Like like all of like Eastern and Central Europe being very much sort of like what defines my idea of like Europe, or what my idea of like the Middle Ages in a lot of ways. But that's not what like people remember, because their idea of medieval Europe is in a lot of ways, very British, like very, yeah, very British and parts of France in a lot of ways. And obviously, you go to Italy, and it's whole own kind of weird thing, and in Spain and like the whole Iberian Peninsula it's another whole place. Like Middle Ages are like a whole. It's a lot, right? Like I don't remember that translation anymore. I will. No, I should probably not rewatch those movies. But I mean, I'll have to read the novel, so I'll I'll definitely make a note of the bear that purrs, and there is no irony behind that at all. To be fair, I think the very brutal like double meaning there is certainly something that has changed over time, where language changes over time, and things are, words change meaning in a lot of ways, where you have people. I had that like as one of those weird arguments with someone on a Discord server, and they were reading Dune, and at some point in Dune something is one of those like pseudo poetic descriptions about a faggot of something. And they were like, "Holy shit, what a fucking, slur." And I'm like, "No. You know, this is not about like a slur. This is very much about a bundle of sticks." Because words have like slurs come from somewhere, and you have like a lot of that kind of stuff. Um, where, my favorite one is like in The Hobbit, right? You read The Hobbit, there's a chapter called Queer Lodgings. And it doesn't help that like Queer Lodgings is where Bjorn the bear lives, right? It doesn't make it any better. But all of that works only in, a, say like post 80s, 1980s sort of like context, because like in the 1930s no one actually would get that image, but like now you're like, oh, you go to the queer lodgings where the bears are. It's like, gods. Or that. And that's the thing, right? Pratchett uses that all the time. It's like Pratchett I mean, being Pratchett, being very British, it's always just like a fag. It's like a fag end. And yeah. Yeah, it's a British author talking about cigarettes. What you gonna do? And you need to be aware of the fact that that's, it's context, right? Like there are, some things that are slurs because they you use a word and then use it for something else. I mean, it's the same way as like doing that. Like, oh no, that's slurs when they use that word. It's like, yeah, but are you reading like a Dutch manual on like water and land reclamation, and are you claiming the word dyke is like a homophobic slur or not? Like, these things come from something, right? And that I think is like, you know, the time of like writing is important there. Because like, at the time when Frank Herbert was writing Dune, if you wanted to be homophobic, you would use the word fairy and not the word fag, right? Like that's the point. And that's sort of like the point is like slurs change. And no one would call like Sarah J. Maas homophobic because it's all about fae and fairies, right? I assume so. I mean, it might still be homophobic. I haven't read it, but I don't think that's the case. That's the reason. Yeah, true. Biggest, not to the face. But yeah, I'm gonna finish the cyber selfish book tomorrow. It's so fascinating to have like a book from like 2000, 2001. No, probably still 2000, right? It doesn't mention 9/11 is what I'm saying. So it must have been 2000. It's all about the election. It doesn't even talk about like W winning the election. So I think it must have been like written in 2000. It's like 25 years old. Talking about like how all of those people are weirdly weirdly far right idiots. And now you read it again, it's like, yeah, nothing has changed. And then I'm going to read you know, The God is Not Willing. I don't think sensitivity readers have anything to do with that, John. I don't think that's the point. It's more like understanding that, like, use of words is dependent on the time and context you're in, and that changes over time. I mean, Tolkien uses queer and faggot all the time, and he gets away with it, and those words have not been changed because obviously they have other meanings, and Tolkien doesn't use them as slurs. And anyone reading that is aware of the fact, like most people reading that are aware that not being, those not being slurs. There's always going to be, idiots, and you can't help that. But sensitivity readers do something very different, and I think sensitivity readers are a very useful and helpful thing if you use sensitivity readers for the things that you should use them for, which is like if you're writing about something that you don't know anything about because it's not your experience, having someone with that background go over it and go like, hey, is that actually, accurate? That's just like doing research, right? That's nothing else but doing research. And that is exactly what you should do as a writer. Like if I'm, making a video about something that I'm not, part of, I will ask people with that experience, like, hey, am I off or not? That's just like normal because you want to get it right. And as a writer, that's the same thing. You should want to get it right because you don't want to be caught in like a dumb fucking mistake. And that's what sensitivity readers are for. And anything beyond that is just you panicking. No, I personally read those things like big series in one go. I'm I understand like alternating or whatever, but it's for me personally with the way that my brain is wired and all of that, like especially like with ADHD, I need to sort of like stay in that specific thing, and I can do like a hard sort of like switch where I'm like reading like a nonfiction book at the same time. I can do that, but like doing Malazan and doing something in between, it has to be like it would be like super short. I did that with like the Wheel of Time. When I did the Wheel of Time stuff, I did read like short of like very short books over during the weekend and then go back to Wheel of Time during the week. I can do that, but like it has to be very clearly restricted because otherwise I'll just like forget everything. So yeah, that's I can't do like too big of like a break between stuff because I completely forget everything basically because I'm not very smart. But like, why don't you like the idea of sensitivity? Is it just the word sensitivity that is like upsetting there? Because I just see the idea of like a sensitivity reader as like as I guess like an assistant, like a research assistant, basically going like, "Hey, you got this thing wrong." Isn't that like the idea? Well, but that's the point. It's like no one tells you how to write. That's Britain, right? Like no one tells you how to write. The idea is like if you have like a sensitivity reader, it's because you are like you're writing about something where you know that you're out of your depth because you are not the expert on that thing, and you're like, hey, did I get this right? Which is what I mean. Like basically, a sensitivity reader is a research assistant that tells you whether because they have a specific background that you don't have. And my theory is that the term sensitivity reader is sort of like what makes it suddenly feel wrong. Whereas if you go like, this is my research assistant for people with disability, it sounds different, right? And I think so much of that is like how we use language because like you would only use a sensitivity reader if you were insecure about a topic where you're like, hey, I'm not the expert, but it's an important part of what I'm doing, so I want to ask someone who knows that specific part. And that I think is just like a natural impulse of wanting to get it right. You know what I mean? I mean, that's for me. That's the thing. Like, if I were writing science fiction and I have like light speed or like speed calculations and whatever, like if I was trying to do like hard science fiction and I have like a mathematician or a physicist look over that to make sure that I get the physics right, that's a sensitivity reader for science, right? That's the same thing. And we would never, like, I feel like most people would not question that. It's like, hey, I get my science stuff checked out by a physicist. That's fine. It's like, yeah, I get my cultural stuff checked out by someone with a cultural background. It's like, oh no, that's a sensitivity reader. That's woke. It's like, no, that's not. It's just like making sure that you do the best job that you can do. And and that's where I think like the that words are so important and language is so important because we switch between those two meanings. But at the end of the day, the reason we use those people is the same reason. Terry Pratchett used people like that all the time. And like you read his biography or whatever, like he had like a ton of like experts of like different fields that he asked for like all kinds of obscure questions like, so does this and this and this thing work? You ask an expert for that. Is this and this accurate? You ask an expert for that. That's what it is. But because we live in a world where we kind of assume that everything is hard science that can be proved in equations and shit, everything that does sort of like fall out of that is suddenly not seen as expertise but as opinions. And the point is those are not just opinions. And that's sort of like where I think the idea of like the sensitivity reader being something very different kind of comes in and makes it suddenly a political opinion, whereas you would still, if the maths are wrong, you would still be pissed off at like someone going like, why didn't you ask someone to check that for you? It's like, so where's the difference between someone getting the math wrong and someone getting like the cultural representation wrong? Is there a difference? And if so, can you please explain where the difference is? Biggest, I think authors shouldn't. It depends, right? Like, I think what you should try as an author, and I'm obviously not an author, right? Like, what you should try is to you should try to not fuck up. And if you hurt someone's feelings because you made a stupid mistake, that's on you. But if you cover all your, if you do like a if you do your best to make sure that you don't actually do something stupid, that's all you should do. Like be true to yourself, be honest to yourself, and make sure you don't fuck up. And for me, that would include asking people if I write about something that I don't know much about. For me, that would include asking someone from who knows more about that, whether I make like a stupid mistake. There will always be someone who feels like, hurt. There will always be someone who dislikes it. That's beyond your control. At the end of the day, you need to be able to sleep at night. That's the goal. And for me, that would be trying my best within my means to make sure that I don't do something stupid. Whether that means getting the physics right or, not making like an insanely dumb cultural blunder. There's no difference for me with that. And yes, even if I get the physics right, there will still be some fucking nerd out there who goes like, "Oh no, you rounded after the fifth like digit. That's wrong. You should round after the seventh." And someone will be offended. Always. That's just in there. Just do it according to like the best of your means, and that's the goal. Unless obviously your goal is to offend people. If that's your goal, then do that. Right? Figure out what you want and do the thing that you want to the best of your means. And for me, that would mean getting shit right and making sure that if I offend people, I want to offend people on my terms consciously and not because I made a stupid mistake. And I'm all fine with offending people, right? Like that's fine. But I want to be in charge of like offending people. Yeah, that's the point, like Ben, right? Like, and that's for example why I think that something like content warnings or trigger warnings are like a really good thing because like if you feel you can take everything, you don't have to read them. But if you have specific issues, reading trigger warnings, going like, "Hey, this book will have this specific thing," maybe don't read that. Is a really helpful thing, and I think that's good. Making sure that people know what they're doing, what they're getting into, and that's what consent is all about, right? Like what you're doing, and you're aware of all the of like the things, like if you know who you are and if you know what you can do and what you can't do, and you get like a hey, this stuff will be in there. Can you deal with that? And you go like, sure, I can. Then that's up to you. But if you go like, no, I can't, then you should step away. And if that's why we need things like trigger warnings. Why that is like a really helpful thing. And that's once again like why like sensitivity readers are like a good thing. They're just experts in they're cultural experts and not like scientific experts. And they're still experts. And they yeah. I, I really think that part of that is like a language thing where we live in a time where people go like, "Oh no, sensitivity! Are you a snowflake?" It's like, nah. It's just like some people have know more than you do, and that's fine. Just respect that and ask them. Yes, I agree with like the punching up or down thing. I feel like obviously you should always punch up. That's the idea, but I think where like something like sensitivity readers come in is that if there are situations where you don't know enough, you need someone else who has the expertise to tell you whether you're punching up or down. Because if you're punching, you need to know what you're doing, right? Like you need to know that you are punching, and you need to know which direction you're punching. And for that, you need experts, and that's what sensitivity readers do. You like you can still ignore sensitivity readers. That's still absolutely your purview, right? You can still do that. The same way you can still like ignore like the physics advice from like experts in that regard. If you're writing sci-fi, for example, you can still do that. You're in charge of your text. It's just like having advice and having like expertise, and I think that's good. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. It's like sensitivity readers are experts that tell you if you fucked up, because I don't know everything. If I were writing a text, like I'm a very specific person. Should I write a text in which, say, anyone who's not a very specifically white, middle-aged, cis-het dude from Middle Europe, East, well, Western Europe, I guess at this point, Central Europe, I guess. Uh, like everything else is outside of like my experience, and I'll probably ask people about that. I will not call everyone like a sensitivity reader, but I'll still ask people, right? That's just like that's what we do in general when we do whatever we do. Is like we ask people, it's like, hey, am I out of bounds? Is this what you think? Because I mean, at least I don't do anything like just in like an absolute like void. Yeah, but John, that is capitalism. That is nothing that I have like anything. That is not. I mean, there's no law that tells like publishers to do that. That is just capitalism. There's capitalism looking at society and going like, well, right now, like either you believe in a free market or you don't. But that's just like market forces. Hey, hello, welcome. What kind of invasion are you planning there? But that's kind of my point, like John, right? Are agents and publishers saying that? Probably. I don't know. But, you should know me well enough at this point that, I'm not a big fan of like, the idea of like a publishing industry and, you know, all these other things around that. Well, a free market doesn't really exist. That's kind of, part of the problem. Yeah, of course. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, free markets are an illusion in general. And when it comes to infrastructure, housing, that kind of stuff, that doesn't work if you have like a free market that is about, making profits, because the goal there is to have like, you know, provide the thing. And yeah, what can I say? All right, have fun at the party, man. And thanks for showing up. That was really cool. Britain, I know I give you all these book recommendations. Have you ever read a book called The Great Transformation by Cal Polanyi. Um, I think it might be interesting when it comes to like the idea of a free market and stuff like that, because Polanyi, not not a communist, not a socialist in like a lot of ways. Someone looking at it's economic history, looking at like why you need to embed a market within a society because otherwise it doesn't work. Um, you know, it's the kind of book that might be interesting for you because it's not, you know, too out there, and it's built on the question of like why the idea of like a radical free market does in fact lead to fascism for like historical reasons. And Polanyi, as someone, you know, who lived through like the 30s in Europe and ended up in the US because of, you know, all of that stuff. Certainly something helpful to read. I'm sorry, biggest. Anyway, I mean, I've always been clear about that personally because, you know, I don't think free markets exist as such, but like the other part is like Britain. Have you, Britain, out of curiosity, have you ever read Adam Smith? Because there's an interesting thing there with Adam Smith when Adam Smith talks about a free market and what he means by a free market, which is probably not what you think it is. Well, well, billionaires don't create jobs because billionaires want to become more billionaire. I mean, technically, they want to become trillionaires, I guess, but you know, no, I mean, obviously, like when you look at the US, you have that weird shift with like the Milton Friedman's idea to like shareholder capitalism and the idea that like anyone who runs a company or a corporation, his the goal is to actually maximize shareholder value, and that's the only responsibility you have, and that goes down really well because it really helps like making companies better in every possible way. And you can look at like, you know, what someone like Jack Welch did to General Electric, and you can look at what happened to Boeing, and you can, you know, it's not working, is what I'm saying. But you know, that's unfortunately very true, Jen. Right? The point is that you can calculate within a specific sort of like idea of like economics, but the fundamental thing is a question of belief. Like I can do Catholic like theology if I accept the sort of like the axioms of Catholic belief. And if I'm a Protestant, depending on which like specific flavor, I have different axioms of belief, and I can do theology from there on. Economics is unfortunately very similar because you still have sort of like fundamental beliefs that are unproven because you can't actually prove them. And the trick that like economists kind of got away with is the idea that like because they use lots of numbers, what they're doing is science, and science is cool. Whereas all these other people, they're doing like squishy humanities, they're using words, not numbers. So clearly they don't know what they're talking about. And yeah, I mean, we see where that's going. Okay. I don't know which one you saw. The one that I always talk about is the one by Corey Robin, which is pretty good. but I don't know which one you saw. Okay, never heard of that one. I don't know which one you mean right now, Britain. I always talk about Blood in the Machine by Brian Merchant, which is, about the Luddites. But I talk about a lot of books, so, what do I know? Michael Warren Davis. Never heard of that one. I think A Spectre Haunting is pretty good as like an introduction, giving you like historical background to where the Communist Manifesto comes from. I think A Spectre Haunting is definitely it's a good introduction because obviously China Mieville knows how to write, so it's a very readable introduction. And I think the print version does have like the full text of the Communist Manifesto as an appendix. So you get the whole text and you get like an introduction looking at like the historical background, its impact on different aspects of society since then and so forth. So obviously Mieville has a personal sort of like ideological sort of I background when he writes that book, but it is from someone from what I can tell, I would argue it's a very good introduction because he is very clear about like he's very explicit about his personal beliefs and so forth. And the good thing about that is that he makes it very clear when he talks about like his personal sort of like thoughts and beliefs versus like generally, the other stuff, which makes it easy for you as a reader to sort of like separate his ideology from like generally, you know, historical facts and stuff like that. Well, as much as you have historical facts, because history is very little facts and lots of opinions and different interpretations of data. So no, it's a good introduction to the Communist Manifesto because it is the kind of text that, unless you're already like an expert in 19th century labor history, just reading the Communist Manifesto will not actually be a good experience because you know it's a document written at a specific time for a specific purpose, and if you don't know that context, you will definitely go like, "That's bullshit." And yeah, if someone would just like publish the Communist Manifesto today, that would be bullshit. But it is like it's a document for a specific situation, and you need to have that context, and that is important about that. Oh, okay. Ooh, well, I'm certainly going to read the new Mieville novel. I'm excited for that because I did not really enjoy the Book of Elsewhere. I think it had good ideas, but it didn't go anywhere. The one I was just telling you about, you mean The Great Transformation by Karl Polanyi? Okay, let me figure out how to spell that. Sorry, I need to double check the spelling of the name because Hungarians have weird spellings. died in 1964 in Pickering, Ontario, which is Canada is not a real country, right? It is well, it is economic history, and it looks at like the gold standard and stuff like that. It's newer versions have introductions by Joseph Stiglitz and people like that. So not then it's a big deal in economic history and economics is what I'm saying. Uh, which makes it somewhat dry from time to time, unless you're really into economic history, which apparently I am because I've been reading a lot of economic history of late. Which hopefully I'll stop very soon. Um, I mean, I would also recommend for you, Britain, after you read that, like Quinn Slobodian's Globalists might be like obviously the other ones. I personally think are really good, but that's like where his personal like sort of like politics come through more. Globalists is a very interesting sort of look at neoliberalism from a historical perspective that I found really good and interesting because he looks at like Hayek and Mises and how their experience in the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire sort of like influenced their idea of like how to organize global trade because the Habsburg Empire did have like basically free trade within the empire and still sort of like separated different places by culture and language and stuff like that and how those ideas sort of like influenced their thoughts on like how to run global trade and global economics afterwards with like free trade with like strict like nation borders and cultural borders and so forth but like no borders for the flow of money and goods and stuff like that. And I think he does have like a very clear very good point there. And beyond like political ideas or whatever, I think it's a really good sort of like look at the development of neoliberal thought, especially Hayek's and well, some Mises, but mostly Hayek's sort of like thought throughout um, the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s in a lot of ways. Are you preparing the torches, bend? Because you need to make sure the whole thing burns down next time round, right? When you say human contact, also, are you talking about because he's scared of like being deported or whatever, or is it just like is it general like a fear of like human contact? Period. And I'm sorry I have to ask that because but it's the U.S. and you guys are doing like a very weird kind of thing right now. But that's the thing, Britain. Like if like as I said, like why I asked you if you've ever read Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, because the free market is a very different thing from what you think the free market is. The free market is a market that is free from people extracting rent. That's what makes a market free. It's not a market that is free from like any government intervention. That's not what Adam Smith was saying at the time, and it's really important to be aware of that because you can obviously go like, hey, what we need is a market that is free from any government intervention. But if you're saying that, you cannot actually go back and go like that's what Adam Smith said. Like either you have the authority or you do the other thing. You know what I mean? And that's why it's really helpful to actually read Adam Smith. I would not trust a Canadian arms dealer. Like I mean, okay, Britain. So if you want to read like 18th century philosophy, which in general is a good idea, like I would also recommend reading some David Hume. Really, really good. Like read both like dialogues on natural religion, which is like incredibly good for its time, and read a inquiry concerning human understanding. That's peak philosophy, 18th century philosophy, and Wealth of Nations, and obviously guys like Hume and Smith. I mean, they were contemporaries in the Scottish Enlightenment, and it has a very specific sort of like language style that can be somewhat troubling or somewhat difficult to read if you're not used to like 18th century English. But it's worth reading those texts because if you are holding them up as an authority, you might at least know what you're holding up because, as I said, free market for Adam Smith is very different from like a market with no government control. That's not what he's saying. He's a market. It's about a market that does not actually that's not subject to like rentiers extracting rent from the market. That's what he's talking about. And that's a very, very different thing. And yeah, it's helpful to know those kind of things. Yeah, that's the good thing about Hume is like I said, like he's one of the most readable philosophers you'll find. Like that man knew how to write. Um, Thomas Hobbes is another one, but Hobbes is very seductive and treacherous. Like you read Hobbes, and he'll lead you down some really really dark avenues, and you realize the way he kind of got you only when it's too late. Anyway, um, that sounds really like fucked up. Also, I hope that y- like you can figure that stuff out and make sure that you know that your flatmate feels safe and everything, because that sounds like a lot of trauma and shit. Um, which understandable, but fucked up. But yeah, no. Hume, one of those like really like probably most real philosophers I've ever like encountered. That man knew how to write. Yeah, because I'm with you right there. Like I've lived under a continuous veil of clouds and not quite rain, but maybe slightly more than fog for the last 2 weeks. So yeah, wondrous indeed. Sure, send them, John. I'll read them. Like a ground invasion of Venezuela is like one of the most stupid things to do. Um, German news right now have as a headline that Trump has added new tariffs for Canada, and there's a World Cup of butchers, which interesting. Also, the Jackie Kennedy gardens have been destroyed in the White House, which who cares? No, no, just like send it to me, and I'll read it, and I'll let you know. Like I'll write you an email back, I guess. I think you'll get like refused anyway because you're Irish, and I think Donald Trump hates Irish because Joe Biden was half Irish or something. I think you're safe. That's what I'm saying. All right, guys. I've emptied that beer, and I've been doing this for like the last 4 hours. I will probably slowly end this for tonight. Um, it's really hope that Trump did not actually decide to invade, like ground invade Venezuela. I'm not. Uh, wait, you have one too? I thought it was in Scotland. I did not hear about that. Like, my thing with Doug Ford is that I'm still so much like locked in on Rob Ford that I always forget that he had a brother that's like just as bad, just like slightly less of a crack addict, I guess. Fuck. This is going to end with me like getting another beer, right? Is it? Oh man. Um. No, but I no, I have not heard about the TV ad about Doug Ford. I know that Doug Ford, being the racist, conservative, reactionary piece of shit that he is, got like a lot of like popularity from just like being like very nationalist Canadian against Trump, which, at least something which I guess is sort of like what really fucked over the guy with the name that I keep forgetting, Pierre something something, the other guy who was going like all in MAGA, and then Trump talked about like the 51st state and going like, hey, we need like, and suddenly being aligned with Trump didn't work, and Doug Ford I think navigated that one really cleverly. He's still a piece of shit though. Yeah, the Scots don't fuck around with that kind of stuff. Oh fuck yeah, I do. All right, I'm gonna get myself another beer, and then we'll find out whether there is a ground invasion in Venezuela or not. I do hope there is not, because as much as I think Maduro is a piece of shit, I don't think an American invasion will do anything good about that. Uh, but Jane, that is not the case, though. Venezuela is just the transit country. That's the point. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself another beer. You guys find out whether Venezuela is burning, and I'll be back in like a minute or two. All right. Let's see what's going on. I am back. I hope you're good. Well, I'm glad it's an exaggeration. I assume they're just like throwing, fucking tomahawks or whatever on Venezuela, which is still bad. Like seriously, if you have like, I listen to Hate Monger. It's on Script Everend. If you have audiobooks, if you have that one, it might be for free. If you want to get really angry at like a piece of shit that has always been just a really, really obnoxious piece of shit, then Hate is the book that you should, you know, look at. Anyway, sorry, I'm back. Um, Trump is a lot of things, but he's certainly not native. I mean, he's very native to New York in a lot of ways. Like cruise missiles sounds like the way to go there. Like it's dumb. It's fucked up. But to bring it all back to something we talked about earlier, right? Like with the whole idea of like this being about entitled motherfuckers feeling, slighted and wanting to get their revenge. In a lot of ways, Trump's sort of like weird sort of obsession with Venezuela in particular, it feels sort of like America being like, we didn't get Hugo Chavez because he died of cancer before we could get him. So we now need to do that. Also, that really dumb, stupid coup attempt like a couple of years ago failed. So we now need to actually make it right. And that's sort of like feels like the reason to attack Venezuela, which once again, like Nicolas Maduro, fuck that guy, fucking authoritarian piece of shit. Um, but Rafael Guaido, despite his first name, which is obviously a beautiful name and a sign of normally a sign of like absolute like pure character, beauty, and all the other things, also a piece of shit, right? Like plus invading Venezuela in any way, shape, or form and doing like regime change, it's not gonna work. Is the point? It's just about going like, hey, at the end of the day, we as the US can still, decide who runs which part of, you know, South America because it's our backyard. And it's just about that sort of like weird, like old school, like slighted ego revenge kind of thing, which is not a good way to run like politics. But that's the point. It's like if people are stuck between their own dictator or a foreign one, they'll usually pick their own one because, you know, uh, having someone else come in and sort of decide shit for you does rarely work. And especially in South America with the history of like the US doing all the fucked up shit that is going on. Um, Certainly not going to go well. As I said like earlier, like I just did read Kirinya by Ian MacDonald. That was published in 1998, and you have a scene in Kirinya where U.S. helicopters with like flags of a different country are using missiles to destroy an entire refugee camp, and those missiles are explicitly produced by Raytheon. That is 1998. And you read that in 2025, it's like, yeah, Raytheon destroying refugee camps. Yeah, shit. Nothing has changed, has it? Which, read more Ian MacDonald because, what an angry author. And then you have like, man, it's in general like a really good book. I mean, all those are amazing books because Ian MacDonald, amazing author. But like, you have that whole situation where all the incredibly violent sort of like groups are funded by the US to suppress any local attempts at organize at self-organization. And yeah, well, obviously, at some point it's like, yeah, these are US funded contras, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, and that's why the whole attempt in Venezuela doesn't work. It's like, leave them just the fuck alone. Like, I don't know, just leave them be. And obviously, a lot of this is like still sort of like this sort of like insult that they didn't actually get rid of Chavez. And I'm not going to say, Chavez was the best thing that ever happened to Venezuela. I just think that the way that certain forms of US sanctions and so forth, were used did not actually help in any way, shape, or form because it's, same way as, US politics versus Cuba are like insanely stupid, but, you know, I'm not American. What can I do? Yeah, yeah. As I said like, earlier at the beginning, is like reading Kirinya, which is came out like 3 years after Chaga in like 1998, and it's so absolutely aggressively anti-American and angry against America in a lot of ways that like the first one that Chaga wasn't. And I need to go back because 1995 to 1998 is like a time where I was obviously somewhat alive, but where I'm like, I might have missed something, but something seriously, really massively pissed off Ian MacDonald between 1995 and 1998. Because the 1998 one is, yeah, the US are the motherfuckers, very clearly. And they're like evil. Obviously, they're evil because, of the industrial, you know, military industrial complex and all the racism in like American ideas in general. I get it, but it's more like something happened in between. I need to figure out what it was because that was between me being like 11 and like 13 years old, and that's not exactly where you pay attention to global politics in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's like the fact that like Raytheon are the bad guys in like a 1998 book was more than I was expecting because yeah, obviously you know them for the knife missiles killing kids in Yemen. But yeah, I mean obviously they've always been the bad guys because they're Raytheon. Anyway, let's get back to some of the stuff. And see where we're going with that. I had something that I wanted to get back to, and then now I forgot because my brain. Uh, but maybe I'll remember. But anyway, um, I think like part of the whole like situation right now is that because of like politics moving this super fast in this weird way where you're like people just doing whatever the fuck they want, as long as you have like firepower and you can get away with it, is sort of like hard to deal with, in a lot of ways because the way like we make sense of the world is usually trying to figure out that something else is also working, and obviously it's not, because force will always work and force will always win. uh, the point is we need to believe something else because otherwise we'll end up in where we are right now. You did, Briggest? I did not hear about that, but then again, German news are weird. Of course, Raytheon is evil. That's kind of the point, right? I was just like the idea that okay, to put to put that into context, and I'll still have to record the video for Karinya and the one for Tendeleo's story tomorrow. My point is, those are really interesting books in how they look at how we do both developmental aid to like Africa, and how we, on the other hand, use violence to still make sure that while we, on the surface, support other places, how it's still about keeping a certain hierarchy and power structure, global power structure alive and so forth. And McDonald does not like pull back way from that, and how the US and Western Europe and the UK as the barking attack dog of the US is how he calls the UK at some point. You, I suppose the fact that Wikipedia still calls Ian MacDonald a British author is making him a very angry person indeed. I think like when it comes to like weapons development though, John, like and I was sort of like not part of that. Like when I studied computer science, we obviously had like courses on encryption and stuff like that. And there were people sitting in the back of the lecture hall, like watching the whole thing, and people that were like outstanding with like questions and so forth got like asked and got like very direct offers from like the German like secret, well, not secret service, you know what I mean, like spy agencies and so forth. And the thing is, if you're an engineer who wants to work at like the absolute fucking cutting edge of technology, and if the thing that you really enjoy is like doing really cool fucking tech shit, then working for companies like Raytheon or doing like like the military and like the secret services and so forth. That stuff is incredibly tempting as long as you can completely ignore like any of the social consequences because you get to play with like really cool tech shit. And if you're that kind of nerd, that is sort of like the thing. And so I don't think you need like any form of mind control for people that actually are excited to work at Raytheon and do like high tech development. I think most of those people are just like really excited to be at the cutting edge of like science and technology, and that can be addictive and in its own right. I think in a lot of ways. So you don't need like anything beyond that. It's just like that. It's really cool to do that. But that's my point, John. You don't have to be evil. If you are aware, if you are able to ignore all those consequences of what you're doing, and you can just like focus on the scientific things, and some people are able to do that, then working for someone like Raytheon or working for the CIA, working for the NSA in particular, working for NORAD or whatever, like that's where you get to play with all the really cool shit. And if that's like the one thing in your life, and if you're able to ignore all the other stuff around that, then that's the place to be. And I think there's enough people who actually work like that for that process to work. So you don't need like mind control. There are just like enough people who are overcome just by the coolness of like playing with like highly advanced tech. And it is seductive, I think. Hating Trump publicly, I think, is always the right thing to do. And yeah, just being cool. I mean, it's the same thing with like a German president. Like we have a president, right? Um, and yeah, it's just like a representative kind of thing, and most of them are completely forgettable. Uh, but it's nice to have someone who's actually, cool and has like an actual stance. I mean, I don't know about like the term sociopath or psychopath because those are very clear like medical terms, at least partly with like psychopath or whatever. Like people do really bad shit for like all kinds of reasons, and my point is like you don't need like evil mind control. People will do that for their own like personal reasons easily enough. You don't need to actually do anything to people to work for Raytheon. I think there's enough people who do that just because either they want to or because they have no choice because you live in fucking South Texas and that's like the only place, the only employer around. So you're gonna work for those guys, or what you gonna do? Hope for like a social security in fucking Texas? I don't think it works. Which is, where the whole idea of like, having like a social system and having like more than just hardcore libertarian capitalism going on. Those give people like the freedom to actually, you know, at least sometimes pay attention to their conscience, which is something you don't necessarily can do if you know. in some situations. So you work for, a bad employer. And there's, people working for Raytheon, obviously not necessarily in like weapons development, because that's, the kind of high, like high education specialization kind of thing. But like if you're just like on the assembly lines, like depending on where you work in, and I think Raytheon has like a bunch of like factories in what you might call like rural Texas and whatnot. Like, what choices do people have at that point? It's like move away or work for Raytheon, and like, can you always move away? Especially if you're like family and your parents live there, your grandparents live there. What you're gonna do, right? And I think that's important when it comes to like judging people in like where you're working for and like what your job is and what your like other like economic situations are. But that's kind of the thing you need for someone in like that sort of like representative job, like a president. Is like you need someone who's a righteous guy, right? Like it's that's a job about morality and like being like a moral sort of like that being a role model basically. It's like, hey, this is who we are, basically, sort of. And you can fuck that one up big time. Yeah, John, I know what you mean, but like depending on like what kind of situation you're in, there are like, external factors where you're like suddenly you just like you can make that choice for yourself if you're the only person, but can you make the same choice if you have like a wife, or like kids or parents that if you have other people that depend on you, at what point do you make that choice between integrity and responsibility? You know what I mean? Or at what point is your integrity, living up to that responsibility versus your personal beliefs? And that's where that shit kind of, takes you. And that's unfortunately like how life works, because we're all sort of like enmeshed in all these like webs of responsibilities and connections to people and stuff. And very few of us have like the luxury of, you know mm, having no dependencies to anyone, right? Like very few people have that. And the more of these like connections you have, the harder it is to just like give up and go like, hey, I can ignore these situations, just like not do the job, even though, because as soon as you have all these dependencies, stuff gets very different. I don't know the part about Candace Owens, but you know, that's a different thing. But you know, my point is like, as soon as you have like dependencies, you can't actually. If you're on your own, you can make choices and be, you know, yeah. If you're on your own, you can make those choices all according to your personal beliefs. But as soon as you have like the people that depend on you, then stuff gets different, I guess. Anyway, guys, it's oh god, it's just like 20 to 2. Um, I think we should slowly end this and um, uh, look at that moment where the time jumps back. Sort of. No, that's still like another hour, and I don't have that patience. Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's been a long day. I've read too much. Well, not too much, but read a lot. Luckily, so far, Venezuela has not been invaded. I hope. I hope that remains the thing. All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'll see you soon about something else. I have videos to make and stuff to do. Oh, I also have to go and donate blood because I'm so fucking broke and I still have to survive until like Friday. Friday. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, it's gonna be good. Uh, I'll see you. Well, tomorrow with a video on Kirinya. I also have like another video that I'm working on, but I'm really, really angry about like TBRs and book hauls and stuff where I'm mad at stuff. You know, I have ideas, is what I'm saying. My point is, thanks for hanging out. I really, really enjoyed this, and yeah, talk to you very soon and all of that. Now, how do I finish this? Oh, here's a button. It says end stream. I'm gonna press this. Thanks for hanging out.